Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm ich nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwanzig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Ashes got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's not
Welcome then to day 1 of 2 of the IEM Chengdu Asia closed qualifier. Exciting stuff. We have already had the Chinese qualifier, so lots of slots going to local representation. Should be a lot of fun over the next couple days. And yes, of course, a big event for the region. Unfortunately, we have had ones planned for a couple of years, but haven't quite transpired in the region. But finally, Yumi, a big event, home soil, IEM, lots of stuff to be excited for, especially if you're one of these Chinese teams.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like China's getting a lot of love in the past couple of months. I mean, we had CAC at the end of the year, we have Chengdu, then we also have the Shanghai Major that's planned at the end of the year. So for us and the Asia region, this is actually quite an exciting time because it feels like tournament organizers realize they're actually opening up their hearts back into China and the rest of the Asia region. So yeah, it's a good time for them to do it as well because Asia had a lot of attention put on them for being, you know, slightly better than some of the South American teams even, and like RMRs, and when they got to the majors. So now feels like the right time, but it's all on them to perform, and all about the teams who will actually qualify from this qualifier into Chengdu to show what they have.
Let's look at the teams we have here in attendance. Our first game is going to be Tyloo versus Wings Up, a couple of the more recognizable names, I guess, outside of the Mongols here. That should be exciting to see. Talk us through it though, Michael, because as I said, we already did have a Chinese qualifier, and people might be looking at the teams here and saying, where is Linvision? They're one of the best teams in the region. They're going to be at the RMR. But it's good news for them, isn't it? They're already through and in.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually the second swing that Tyloo are going to have at this. The China qualifier was exclusive to China. Of course, an event in China. You want to have local representation, and so Linvision having that slot. But Tyloo, yeah, they'll get another chance at it. Wings Up as well as a team that were in that same qualifier but didn't succeed. I think Steel Helmet were the last team rounding that out, who have actually kind of been a surprising sort of revelation in the past few months, battling through the RMRs as well. So yeah, I mean, we have the potential for 2 Chinese teams to make it into Chengdu out of the qualifiers, which would be quite exciting to see given the battles that they've had against the Mongolian powerhouses in the Mongols. But we've also started these qualifiers out with both derbies. You know, we have the Huns versus the Mongols on the other side of the bracket, and we have Wings Up Tyloo to start things off, where the Mongols and the Huns, I think it's like Bartak and Mazinho, I think they're brothers, so they're actually against each other in the server for that. So that's, you know, that's on our B stream. Might be something interesting to check out. But Wings Up, a team that were very surprising in, I think, one ESL Challenger Melbourne to have performed an upset against OG, and actually got a lot of people very excited about this team. But then they had a very, very steep falling off afterwards. And coming into this year, they were like, let's bring in EU players. And they weren't the only ones. Like, Rare Atom also did the same thing when they lost their core and they wanted to rebuild. They've still kept their EU guys. Wings Up gave up on them within like 6 weeks, 5 weeks of them being over. The project failed pretty quickly.
I mean, frankly, I struggle to see the logic behind those lineups. I mean, I guess the idea is we retain a majority from this area of the world. We play in the Asian qualifiers, the RMR. They are in some ways going to be easier than playing in Europe, but Counter-Strike's a game of communication and team play, and how many times have we seen these sort of moves not pan out? And I guess they're another example, but maybe for Wings Up, it's kind of indicative of their position in the scene. They look at where they are and they're saying, Tyloo, Mongols, Linvision, these teams, we just can't beat them consistently. It was a shock they even made it to that Melbourne in the first place over some of these other teams. And maybe they were just saying, you know, we're playing in the Challenger Leagues, we're playing in these qualifiers, we're playing in the RMR qualifiers. We can't make it. We've got to change something. It didn't work, but I wonder for them if, you know, that is with this core of players, is it just too much to ask for them to beat a Tyloo, to beat a Mongols? Can this core of players for Wings Up, can they make it to Chengdu?
I do think with the caliber of player, like, I actually think they have good pieces on this Wings Up team. I think they've always just seemed a little bit lost for direction. Like, they have good protocols sometimes when it comes to, like, countering aggression. They actually have some nice set pieces that they like to run against the tougher opponents. But I think their real downfall is that when they're not playing top-level Chinese teams or top-level Asian teams, they actually seem to play down and not run those same strategies. So when they actually do throw them out against top-level teams, there's a few stray hairs or stray strands that then get tugged at by some of the star players on those opposing rosters. So I think for them it's about tightening the ship. I do think they're still one of these sort of dark horse teams that compete in the region, though. So they still have that going for them.
Should be interesting. On the flip side, of course, Tyloo, formerly, well, it would have been Cyclone or whatever, and then before that, more known as Rare Atom. This core of players played together a long time. We've seen them in a lot of tournaments. They've actually made quite a few international lands now as well. They're there or thereabouts. They're always good domestically. They seem to have their map or their series internationally. Certainly have some phenomenal players in Mercury and Jamyang and Mosaic, but I don't know, man. Have they reached their ceiling? If they went to a Chengdu, hypothetically, could they have a good result? Where is Tyloo at the moment for you?
The funny thing is, you're saying Jamyang, Mercury, Mosaic, all really good pieces. Mosaic's not even playing with this team currently.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Where is he?
He's been benched officially. We don't know whether he's going to be coming back. He'd had a couple of poor results towards the end of 2023. And then Orman, who was someone that Advent played with many, many moons ago, like old Vichy level days, has come back into the roster and was always a star player on that team, to be fair, but is now coming in at like the ripe old age, I think, of 29, and he's come in still as like a star level player for this team in replacement of Mosaic, which is, it does seem a little strange that dynamic has sort of happened. I don't know if they're finding that they're inexperienced in like critical moments or people are making mistakes, because I think Mercury and Mosaic were both a little prone to making some of those mistakes in critical moments, feeling like they had to play up, because sometimes Kaze is missing. Advent is, of course, the in-game leader that's received a lot of scrutiny for not being able to produce in those moments. But Oman actually has fit quite well coming into this roster. And, in contrast, Wings Up also made a similar move where they, when they went back to being full Chinese, Lan was on the Wings Up team for ages, and he was actually a great AWPer for the side. Like, actually took a lot of initiative, took a lot of great fights, and they've now replaced him with Risk, who is more of like a budding up-and-comer on lower level teams. So I think both teams have made a roster move that they're hoping is enough of a change to give them a little leg up.
I honestly, I assumed he was just standing in towards the end of last year, because they came off yawn shipping, didn't they? And then they just, they announced it was like a 6-man roster. So I assumed he was standing in, but wow, I mean...
he's not been playing.
That is quite a shock. It's quite a shock. I mean, Mosaic, even if he's having some problems, he's still, it's not like you're Denmark. It's not like you can just reach down and grab the next best player and suddenly have another star player in the making. It's some level you have to use the players available to you, and that is very intriguing. That could open the door for a Wings Up. It definitely bodes well for the Mongols, I'd have thought, later in this qualifier as well. So, I'm intrigued. I'm very intrigued to see how this team actually functions without that rifling core anymore. Very interesting. We do have the veto though, don't we? So, do you want to run us through that one?
Yeah, I mean, first off, Tyloo are playing on LAN at the moment, so they did just come off of a very long slog, I think, 5 OTs, Inferno, best of 1 against the Mongols, and Wings Up have gone and picked that first, coming into this series. Both teams, of course, banning out permas in Ancient and Vertigo for Wings Up, but then we have Tyloo snapping into an Overpass as the counter, and then Nuke as our decider within the series, so a nice little tactical foray of maps, I think, is fine, but I think a little disappointing for Tyloo that they have to play more Inferno immediately.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they just love it. Maybe they just love it. They've already played 2 maps worth today. 2 maps worth today. Yeah, I always found it a bit weird with Tyloo when I did see them play on LAN. Is their map pool was a bit mad. It's just they seem to just pick maps. They just like maps. They just keep picking them every single time, even when it's not necessarily the greatest logic. So I'm intrigued today to see if they've made a similar decision. Overall, in the qualifier, looking bigger picture for a second, are Mongols the favourite, or is Tyloo, even with this slightly bizarre roster move, still in a good position?
I think it's still the Mongols, weirdly. Like, I feel like that team has gone through so many roster moves and always picking younger and younger players, weirdly, that I'm kind of surprised that they're still as good as they are. They didn't have as many outings, I think, towards the end of last year, so they may be a little undervalued. But when it's come to like these head-to-heads in these qualifiers, especially for international tournaments, Tyloo have fallen short a number of times to either Lin or the Mongols. So for me, the Mongols are kind of, they're favorites, but not by like a lengthy margin. Like, I'm kind of hoping that. I mean, I don't know how many times Tyloo has to learn this lesson. This core of players has been in this position for about a year and a half, coming up on 2 years now. It feels like it has to be beat out of them at some point, that they finally reach a turning point. Kind of a la Lin Vision, who seems to have their breakthrough sort of mid last year.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. To be honest, it tends to be the major cycles that kill these teams, isn't it? If you don't make it, suddenly a lot of people are pointing fingers, especially if you're, maybe you're a Mongols sort of team. You're starting to grow accustomed to the sticker money. You lose that, and suddenly it's like, guys, we're operating at a quarter of the budget here now. This isn't good, and it might be panic stations. So, lots of exciting stuff to come in the qualifiers. We hopefully are getting in soon. Half past the hour should be the live time. So that should be all too exciting. Let's talk about Mercury. I'm always on the Mercury fan club. He is for me, he's still mechanically, honestly, one of the best players I've seen for a long time. Just absolutely excellent. But I don't know, is there still some development for this player? Is he still a bit of a rough diamond? What is the trajectory for someone like Mercury?
I think he's been used better and better as time has gone on. At the start, it felt like they were just kind of letting him do his own thing, but I feel like now he's being facilitated much more. So those mechanics that I'm a fan of too do really come to the foray. But for me, it's not even just about Mercury. Like Jamyoung, I think now, since Omen has come back, is kind of the guy to watch. I feel, for some reason, I think Omen has given a little bit more space to Jamyoung to perform, and we're seeing more star numbers out of him. Before, it was kind of Mercury, Mosea, then Jamyoung in that order, and now it feels like Jamyoung is right there at the top with Mercury. So they've got the firepower here.
Well, I believe we might be a little bit delayed, so we're going to take a quick break, and we'll jump straight into game. We'll see you in a sec.
Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down.
Those admins be speedy. We're straight in. Pistol's already underway. Exciting stuff. T-side for wings up. Tyloo on the defense. And Mercury's got the dualies. I love it.
Kaze's got dualies himself, and actually spotted and dealt with very quickly. Okay, that was just supposed to be the probe there for wings up. They perform a wrap now towards A, and they're getting chewed out through the side of the smoke. Players are not the names you would expect, so this will be a little confusing. But Wings Up have spawn control, but that flash is beautiful. Thing is, Gas can only get one, and now it's dangerous. Trying to be a man that lives up to his name. 1 versus 3 from here, and Kaze's still backing himself away. So this is looking a little feisty. Omen getting into the corner, but Kaze's trying to play his life as well. Just, they do not want to give this man too much territory, too much ground. They're even pincering in from behind, and that's that Mercury dualies that could see a little bit of action. But Tyloo are playing a little bit scared here, just trying to play off each other's contact. But Kaze finding good timing, and Tyloo taking the pistol after Wings Up tried to pull the wool over their eyes.
Yeah, I mean, ours as well with these names. It's going to be a little bit funky. Maybe we can try and dissect this as we go along.
I feel like Dangerous has to be Risk. I feel like it's the most one-to-one name of them.
well, we'll see.
I'm reaching here.
It could be. And that leaves, Marek and Child King.
Who's H, who's V? And why have you done this?
I don't know why they're doing this. I don't like this. I want this to end. I'm a Tyloo fan. I know who's playing. Apart from Mosea. Apparently I didn't know he wasn't playing, but... Apart from that, at least we can see the names. It's just a full eco here from Wings Up. That's why we're having a bit of fun. And not even any util, so... They're just going to sit back, take it slow. Tyloo burns some nades. And even a kill here would be a result, I think.
That would be a crazy crossing of paths. Zaiwu joins Tyloo, and you could have Taiwu.
These are the anime narratives, I mean.
You know, a weird crossover story. The admins actually got out of the tech polls so quickly I had to turn off my SpongeBob drill music, so...
Wow.
The AI future is here, and you've just got to either put up or shut up, I guess. It's surprising. It goes surprisingly hard.
Problem with AI is they keep talking about AI commentary. Like, not in my lifetime. Not happening. I don't want that. Ooh, okay, 1 kill for Wings Up. Yamion's a little bit low, and he's getting a quite frisky. 3 kills? I'm actually stunned. That is a result that's going to put Tyloo's money in a bad spot. If they lose this round, it's a full reset. Wings Up. They be dangerous on the clocks.
The good news was that they did keep dualies out. So I don't think they didn't commit as heavily as they could have into that first buy. So they actually still do have rifles and a lot of utility here on Tyloo. Like, Kaze was still running around with his dualies. You know, they were taking some risks in that capacity. If Wings Up had actually gone for the force buy, it could have been maybe even worse. But going to this gun round, it's actually pretty even in terms of the amounts that the players can exchange for map control. And Inferno's all about map control. Not a lot of initiative.
I'm going to work out who's who.
Yeah, it's...
You can
I
do
tried
it.
to look at the HLTV scoreboard.
I found a system. HLTV scoreboard has the real names. So as long as I get them in the right order, I can solve this mystery.
It does seem pretty behind. I was also looking, but we'll get to the bottom of it eventually.
It adds some mystery, some annoyance, honestly. That's the word I'm going to go for.
Almost going to move to allure, but yeah, no, annoyance is probably the right A word. But it's the B bomb site that Wings Up are currently set up towards, and it's a full execute, primed and ready to go. Smoke's over, the Molotov as well, flushing Advent out, but he's sitting inside of the Molotov, and he didn't move a muscle. Knew he was burning to a crisp, but was recovering from a flash and didn't want to go out swinging. Almond, though, a double, and that will allow Tyloo a real fighting chance coming in for this retake. A man up for it.
So many nades. Re-smoke goes on CT, but these Wings Up players feel like they have to fight. It's just gas. We know he's good. One of the better players on this team, but that was always going to be too much to ask. So good retake. Bomb plant, though, should mean Wings Up can buy again. And I have solved the first part of the Rubik's Cube.
Okay.
Dangerous is Child King.
Okay.
I've got that news for you.
Right, yep.
2 more to solve.
All right.
Risk and Marek.
We will put it together. Risk and Marek. Well, considering the lower ADR, I'd have... Actually, Tech 9? Okay, no, V also swapped away.
That's true. I'll get it soon off who has no ADR after round 2.
But a really nice hold there from Oman on that B-bomb site. That newer addition, but a veteran player for Tyloo. Even when Advent dies for basically nothing. Kept Tyloo in it. This is the new version of the boost. Doesn't require as much elevation from that boosting player, but Flying will be able to get access to the A apartments. This is the thing with Tyloo on Inferno. It can be a bit of a snooze. They do like just playing within bomb sites a lot. So I'm kind of hoping Wings Up exploit that at some point or another.
Clearly want to pop out of apartments of Boiler. Here we go. Flash through the mid-smoke. Need to get more aggressive, though. Cannonader down. There's 4 players here for Tyloo, and you're not going to be rooting Jamyong here out of the pit. Clean hold, 5 alive. Child King here, not looking so dangerous. He can find anything in this round. And he can't. That's a perfect hold. Doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, they kind of threw an initial probe over towards B, but called it quits, and then Tyloo just decided, yep, well, we can play 4A from here on out. We still have top banana control. There's no one really threatening it anymore, and even though Wings Up were primed for the burst, Tyloo had all the util available to basically stop them in their tracks, so... This is the thing. Tyloo love playing within bomb sites. They like playing far back, and they do it so much that they've become damn good at it. So, Wings Up are going to have to offer a little bit more than that. Like this from Allman. No smoke towards the bottom of B, but still willing to challenge. And as that smoke is thrown out, Child King drops his guard. He was drawing util himself. Allman continuing to perform. And right now, it just feels like Tyloo are just too strong for Wings Up to really deal with.
It might have almost been muscle memory from Child King. You're just so used to there being a smoke down, you don't even consider the possibility that it's an open fight. There's a player down banana. Tyloo have ceded banana control. They're leaning 4A, which now is looking a little bit risky. They don't need to do this. Advent has one Molotov to buy time. But for now, they're pretty committed. That molly goes down. Here comes the flash for Mercury. Flash is good. Burst is killed. Is traded, but that's information, so... Smoke goes down on banana. Tyloo can readjust. I like what I'm seeing. They're playing a little bit passive, but they're always in the right place at the right time at the moment.
Yeah. Re-navigating back to a 2-2 split, and once again, it seems to be the right call. Once that once all the utilities dried up here for Advent, needed a bit of backup. But now that the smokes are down, they're a little awkward because they're playing behind them inside the pit, but they're flashed up and a double kill on the entry. That's exactly what Wings Up needed. They breach in with a man advantage. Best looking round from Wings Up yet.
They're going to commit to this? Guess
try.
now. First kill for Jam Young. That is beautiful. Player in Emo is so low. And there's a HE here on Jam Young. Going to go instead onto New Box. There it is. One player remaining. Kit on Jam Young 2. Still looking towards New Box. He just naded there. And that is the kill. And I believe this is Marek. Good stuff from the IGL.
Right. Okay. We've pieced it all together. V was ulping, and that's Risk's role, so... It's all beginning to make sense, but that actually seemed like a round that Tyloo should have had. Kind of surprised that both players playing behind that smoke, one's not playing anti in any capacity, like no flashes came over there for Wings Up and they both get caught. So kind of a Hail Mary play there from Wings Up. Have to dart through smokes to find those kills, but they catch Tyloo slipping.
I guess the fear is they have no money in reserve. It's still a good buy from Tyloo. Lose this. And we're back on pistols. Advent's going to open up. Where's that? That's on banana. Child King down. Another man advantage for Tyloo. They've been so consistent getting these opening kills. And it's got to be said, banana, at least early round, is looking very nice for Tyloo. They're getting control. They're getting frags. And yet again, they love this 4A lean, even without banana control. And I don't know, man. It could be a little bit silly this time.
Well, he got the smoke down. Advent, once again, once he's used all that utility, calling over Kaze, reeling him back in. And Jamyoung's actually making his way downtown to join them, so they seem to have the right read this time here on Tyloo. Thing is, will Jamyoung get there in time? Molotovs breaking into that back of the bomb site. The flashes are great. Kaze inside of the flames and having to jump away from them, gets caught, and that double entry will happen again. Jamyoung did arrive, but all too late. His teammates die, and this time, Tyloo, it's feeling like a save is on order.
I guess there's a kit down on the site, but how do you get it? Got to give this one up. Tyloo had a 3-man stack on the V-bomb site and get 1 kill. That's just not going to be enough, is it? Not going to be enough. Molotov made it awkward for Kaze. Should have just committed, I guess, Pillar or here towards Dark. And his teammates flustered. Player coming through the CT smoke. Another one around first oranges. Not on the same page, Tyloo. And it's a similar story, I guess, to the previous round, isn't it? So,
Yeah.
maybe they need a quick pause just to... these B-side players might need a quick discussion about... We need to play together a little bit better because we can't be giving up man advantages this easily.
We're getting to see the strength of those set pieces I was talking about in the pre-show, though. I mean, Wings Up have caught all the players on B continuously by flashes and Molotovs. Like, Advent burning at the back of New Box, them playing double pool and getting hit by the flash. Like, Wings Up at the moment are throwing exactly what they need to into these bomb sites to breach in, and we haven't seen Tyloo actually offer up much of a reaction. Like, no counter Molotov, no counter utility. Nobody's able to sort of dodge the nades, so to speak. So Wings Up for those entries are looking fierce.
Trying for the opening. Flashbang for Orman, but just doesn't catch Child King at all in towards logs. What have we got here? A bit of a mid probe. No dice.
Shot.
Yeah. But it's still good. It's still a man advantage. He's applying so much pressure. Whittling down the little nades. Available here for Tyloo, and unless Mercury can get a couple cheeky frags from up here, this is going to be all she wrote. Free for Wings Up, and give them credit. They've pulled themselves right back into the first half.
Yeah, with Tyloo having so many reps coming into this map.
Yeah, it's true. For those unaware, why don't you tell them what was going on earlier?
Well, I'll have to remember the scoreline because it got ridiculous to a point.
28 or something?
Yeah, 28 to 26 on Inferno versus the Mongols, and I'll keep it frank with you. The rounds that the Mongols were winning off of Tyloo were way more scrappy. You know, less execute dependent, less success getting entries. It was back and forth trades, weird clutches, crazy rounds, in all honesty. And that's what LAN Asia Counter-Strike can offer you. But Tyloo need to readjust, even angle themselves back into online play, and they looked good at the start. I mean, they were honestly a cut above what Wings Up were offering, but now that the success of the executes has come in, now there's a bit of fear, I think, trickling down the backs of Tyloo. They know they're vulnerable. These guys are not infallible. Like, I think they've lost not too long ago to New Happy. They've played close series against that team. I think Steel Helmet's another one. You know, they're not cemented as the top. I mean, they're cemented as a sort of a top 3 team in China, but I think there's a couple contenders that are sort of budding for that position. Tyloo a little vulnerable.
In the pudding. Let's see who joins Lin Vision in Chengdu. Long smoke down. Just leaves Mercury all on his lonesome. Goes anti-flash. I think he's getting a flash from his teammate. Perhaps. Actually, no, I think that was probably a Molotov. Either way, trade is through. Kaze's going to rotate to join his teammates. The A site is bolstered. Moto smoke. Kaze's got to come through this, and he does. To help out Jamyung. Counter smoke on short. There's a lot of util in the way of these T-side players, and for the moment, they're stalling out a little bit. Orman's going to start flanking. Good trade onto Jamyung, but Kaze stays alive on the site. There's so much going on as Orman comes through. 4 kills for Gas. And now it's on Advent, the in-game leader, to save them.
Called them over for the stack as well, but now has to come up big for this clutch. The kit should be somewhere on the path to the bomb site, probably nearby where Orman fell. But with that smoke down, things are a little bit awkward. Now fading and instantly railed. It's not the full ace there from Gas, but he does most of the heavy lifting on this A play. Another nice little set piece. Get themselves some brackets control after the opening kill. And that quick collapse onto the A bomb site, even with the reinforcements that Tyloo sent, it still wasn't enough.
That was just carnage. Absolute madness.
Gas got his 4th kill with a Glock.
Yeah. There was a bit of kind of a common trend here, though, in these side defenses from Tyloo. It just feels flustered. I'm not seeing, you know, this player takes contact, this player takes the fight, the player takes contact, you know, maybe they're the pit player, they hide for a second. You know, you saw it there. Jamyoung was wide in pit. He was all the way out. Kaze is on the site. There's smokes all over the place. He can't get a good fight. Player comes through the moto smoke. It's a bit of a mess. And looks similar to a lot of these B holds, honestly, where we're not getting good fights off. So whatever the issue, could be fatigue, honestly, given they've already played an absolute marathon game of Inferno. But this has gone from a perfect start to Tyloo to right back in Wings Up favor.
It's always felt like a vulnerability about Tyloo. The fact they play so passive. Sure, they keep a bunch of util for after plants, but when they're jumping into your face like that, yeah, maybe it's sometimes the protocol just kind of breaks down. They're not anticipating these quick bursts, but good stuff so far here from Wings Up. More Molotovs on that bomb site. Advent making quick work to vacate, but they're actually succeeding in finding opening kills. A lovely shot there from Jamyoung, and Advent at the back of the bomb site still proving to be a nuisance and finding and collecting on so much damage. 1 versus 2. Started as a 1 versus 3 here for Risk, but getting that bomb planted. Oh man, just jumps straight through, but the no-scope, it connects, but Risk just cannot line up the follow-up. Oh, it's a scrappy affair. This is, again, a hectic round, but Tyloo on pistols, finding it over Wings Up.
This game's cooking up a treat. That was... I love it. And that was beautiful, for all the wrong reasons. Yeah. That was absolutely beautiful. That is my guilty pleasure, seeing rounds like that. I don't know what was going on. Players coming through the smoke. Guys, we're in CS2. You can burst that smoke if you've got a HE. Jamyoung's shot was honestly... No, I'll think about that at night. That was that was absolutely savage.
Yeah, saw him for a split second between smokes and just his mind did the rest.
Oh, I love that, man. Beautiful stuff. And you know, just as we're casting doubt, saying Tyloo, that these site holds are starting to fall apart. They win an absolute ripper. Granted, this round isn't off to a zinger. Advent hits the deck. Orman goes down too. So. Tyloo, why do you do this to me? You win the unlikely round and right back in the dirt.
What's life without a bit of give and take? Give you something nice and then take it away. It's probably not the right use of the phrase.
It's a risky world.
A cruel one, maybe. Well, they did find a meaty HE onto a couple of Wings Up players, but that's about all the damage they've done so far to the attack. Jamyoung collecting on a frag as the player tried to cheat his way out to the bomb site. Jamyoung long-range spray, and he just could not convert on a following frag. Risk is on fire with this AWP. Found 2 openers, and now as well securing the bomb site for his squad. All that's left is Kaze to run and save. Tail tucked between his legs to hold on to this AWP, because Wings Up once again succeed in taking bomb sites.
T-side AWPing as well. Not necessarily easiest, especially in CS2 on Inferno.
I don't even know if he had backup on Banana. I think he picked it and just kept fighting logs. I don't think I saw another soul with him.
He's had enough of their aggression, and you know, he's seen a good few rounds of Tyloo taking Banana. Maybe he started to realize that they're not using a lot of flashes here. They're just facing. Kaze might be not long for this world. Gets the first. A little bit further out, these two, so... Ooh, I just stopped fighting Kaze, you'll be alright. There we go. Pulls it through.
I don't know if Risk read his safe position, or whether he was just, you know, running around thinking
a bit, so...
Yeah.
A bit lackadaisical.
Had his gun drawn and everything, but...
That's a read by the off, but... Was it 0-4 start?
Yeah.
They've won plenty of gun rounds. Honestly, this pause is probably a little late, isn't it, for Tyloo? They needed this a couple gun rounds ago. And, oh, I guess their buy decision is on the edge, isn't it? Because Kaze could drop maybe 2 guns, and they go in.
2 more rounds and a half as well, so you fully commit here. You're going to run in with a weird buy next round, but you have no guarantees you hold on to this ult for the following round as well. So... Yeah, they're gonna go for it. This is the best the buy's gonna look, with the guarantee that they have via that saved AWP.
Talk to me about Risk, because where did he come from? I haven't seen this player before he's been in Wings Up.
Yeah, he was kind of a guy that was circulating on some lower level teams. I think NSN, which is Never Say Never, and Lord Rabbits.
Oh, yes. The best.
Always willing to take fights, and you know his name is Risk. You know, I'd wager that's how he likes to live his life, and yeah, he's doing exactly that here as well. So
This looks all good. Advent's here, but he's just got a 5-7. Mollies start raining down. I'm not sure these players will be very long for this one. Take banana, actually, a Tyloo. There's so much util landing. Such a thin choke point. Backing off. They do get out of dodge. I'm pretty stunned. Smoke's going to block. And I think, Tyloo, you got away with that one. 4-on-4. You've just reminded me of the Lord Rabbit logo. That's why I was so excited.
yeah,
It's truly incredible.
like a rocket ship.
Definitely win the award of best branding in Asian ECL.
Yeah,
Are they still playing? Are they still going?
I don't think so. I think that team died a slow death. Picked apart. Aristo dealt with. You know, he joined Tyloo for a moment, but not this Tyloo, the old Tyloo. Because this new one's having some struggles against Wings Up. Once again, an afterplant, but this time 4 versus 4, and they do have a belt of utility on Jam Young that can make things a little easier, perhaps. Come on, show us a successful retake. There has not been many.
Here we go. HE's landing on new box. Doesn't quite kill. There we go. Jamyung finishes. Kaze with another. Time, though, is dwindling, and with just Kaze, not going to be enough. They did fall by into that round. But all their chips in red. And it's turned up black. This is great for Wings Up. They're loving life.
Yeah. I mean, they're breaching bomb sites. They're holding their spots as well in the afterplant. And when I say
give some credit to Gas as well. He has opened up a good few rounds. He's been great.
I mean, just the entries in general for Wings Up have looked, I mean, on par with the kind of competition that you want to see for a spot for Chengdu. Thought Wings Up might be a little out of their caliber, and maybe they win on low buy rounds more than they'll win on full buys since the turn of the half. Wings Up down to 1 man standing after the carnage on Banana, and only on 1 HP as well. A 1 versus 3 doesn't seem likely. He'll have to run through a smoke, and he has enemies rather on the other side. So a 6-6 half. It is recovered slightly here from Tyloo. We'll see how things turn in the second after a break.
back on us for a second. Hopefully not for long. The admins did a stellar job, and yet again they're rusing us. They're saying it's not ready when it is ready. Come on, guys.
Yeah, they're too good at their job. They're like, oh wait, technical issue, and we're straight away.
I know, it's like a Formula 1 pit stop. They're just in there. Bang, bang, bang. Tires changed. Side swapped. 6 apiece. And, you know, you might be just showing up thinking, Tyloo, they're doing pretty well. It's Wings Up's map pick. No, this game started 4-0 for them. And Wings Up have been on a tear. I'm feeling good about Dangerous here. Right up until he takes a bullet to the cranium.
Yeah. Great flash to facilitate Orman taking that space and keeping Wings Up a little concerned about that B bomb site, but they rotated a player away. Gas now spotting a player inside the apartment, so he's called his teammate back. Flying was already en route, but he'll now cement in playing 2-2 on the split. So there will be vulnerabilities to this setup, but Wings Up will have to try and fight and get some information at some point. Fighting a man down in this particular instance will not do.
This is so awkward. This is so awkward. The site has been traded. I think this is good for Tyloo. Orman's in underpass. Just about loot out before he's caught. Bomb goes down. After plan's established. Orman is being so annoying. Here into towards second mid. Just needs to stay alive. And make it awkward here on the retake. What have we got? 2 site. 1 is in pit. Orman looping back in towards apartments now. He can play spoiler at the end, surely. Time is dwindling. No kits on this defensive side. And the crossfires looking oh so good. Mercury being a menace on the site. Great after plant. And a much needed pistol just to stabilize if you're Tyloo.
Just positionally, Tyloo had so many weird ways that they had, you know, contingency plans to win the round. You talked about Orman and how he was keeping himself alive. You know, just being a nuisance. Wings Up wanted to find that man, and they spent a lot of time, chewed up a lot of the clock because of it. But, yeah, just not being able to deal with Jamyoung inside the pit. He's a man who gets 3 kills out of that pistol round. Some nice clean shooting. Been leading the way here for Tyloo as well, but they could really use some stability coming into the second half, given the struggles, honestly, that they had coming out of the first.
Yeah, that was their best site defense of the game, and it's on T side.
Yeah, bar the opening 4 rounds, it really got messy.
It's been scrappy. I mean, it's not been a great showing. Let's be honest for Tyloo here yet on Inferno, but they're in the game. They've just won pistol. For my money, it is a slightly T-sided map, especially in CS2, especially online. So, you know, we're saying maybe we expect a little bit more, but frankly, they're still in this game. And it might still be enough. This round, we're not expecting much, are we? It is a stack for Wings Up. First kill goes their way. Make it 2. Oh no, Tyloo. Are they going to commit to this? Molly goes mid-site. Forces readjustments, but there's still so many players here, and 1 Galil recovered on gas. This is so awkward. Players don't know where to look. Kaze's just on a pair of Julies, and this is falling apart. 1 player left, and that is a catastrophe. Doesn't do it justice. That's a nightmare for Tyloo.
Tragic. Just seeing these players fly out and getting rinsed by the stack of Wings Up. You know, didn't have a contingency plan. There wasn't somebody still probing or containing the B-bomb site to take space once they realized it was a stack. There was kind of no way out from Tyloo's perspective, unless they turned tail and run, just gambled that there was nobody cutting them off at B. They were kind of forced to continue committing, and Wings Up fully punishing for it. Tyloo got away with a low buy round themselves, but Wings Up, that
felt
honestly,
like the more egregious bit, isn't it? Oh
yeah.
my.
This one was worse.
I wonder if they had bad entry flashes or something, because I don't care if you're stacking. When you're just USPs, players moving quickly, all the odds are against you,
Yep.
and then some. Questions to be asked of Tyloo. Might catch Child King, though, in the open. There he goes. Still 2 more players on the defense, though, on this side. Smoke goes down. Is Tyloo going through? Yes, they are. Up on oranges, out of bullets. Mercury trades. And now it's just gas behind New Box. First found. Players are low. Mercury pistol out. Advin's looking the wrong way. And look at that. Excellent first half from Gas. Had a 4K earlier. and might be about to make it a second. Flash ineffective. Bomb scooped up. Oh, a little bit of a tap. This is so dicey for both players. Bad smoke. Goes the way of flying. This is madness here on the second half.
Gotta give it to Gas. I mean, yeah, those 3 kills. You know, he's someone that doesn't go check towards the back of the bomb site. They kill 2B. And, you know, he gets those 3 kills and then some. You know, being able to get so much damage onto Jamyoung at the end there just made the final duel that much harder for Jamyoung in his clutch attempt. But they had a good read on what Wings Up would do. After the smoke was down, them just sort of tucking inside the corner and all swinging together. Understood exactly what Wings Up were likely to look for on this banana control and punished for it, but it's got a deagle in Jamyoung's hands, and he's found a victim already. Late Molotov out from flying, and the AWP recovered by Mercury. Don't tell me another round like could just happen. Mercury does have space on the bomb site, does have the bomb coming his way as well, and so he secured a bit of a perimeter with this AWP that Kaze will now have in his hands.
Let's have it. Let's have it. Why not? Plenty of crazy rounds already transpired, and this would be another Mercury nade lands. Kaze found the around the smoke. It's just Ormond. Glock 35 HP. Is there even a rifle to be scooped? It's all the way out towards Porch. And he might not make it that far. Down he goes. Wings Up are on a knife edge, man. If they lose one of these, they have no money. It's back in Tyloo's favor. Knife edge stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at the first 4 rounds for this game, and, you know, Tyloo were dismantling Wings Up. They weren't even getting close to the bomb sites. You know, there was that one round on a low buy where they lost too many players to Glocks. But aside from that, you know, it's very clean. The start of this half for Wings Up has been chaotic. I mean, the pistols are getting way too much ground. Like you said, they're on a knife's edge. At some point, they could be a team that take a turn for the worse if one of these close rounds just gets converted by Tyloo. Now that we're on guns, Wings Up have been the better performing team on these types of buys. See if that maintains coming into the second half. See, they're much more willing to contest for banana as well on Wings Up. Tyloo very infrequently faced there. Ullman gave it a peek once or twice, but was punished for it. So, you know, he got humbled and was sent back into the bomb sites.
This is a bad time to be leaning 3B if you're Wings Up. Tyloo are grouping. They're going to apps pop soon, surely. They are both sight, but there's only 2 here. The reinforcements are a long way out. These 2 have to do work. Gas up first. So awkward as Mercury gets the trade. Not sure who was first in, but that was some KZ if I've ever seen it. Perfect stuff. Tyloo crack it wide open.
Yeah, strafed right underneath, and not a whole lot that Gas could do to track him. The first flash actually missing as well. You know, it might have been the same flash they tried to use against those USPs that failed so hard, but even with the players unblinded, still isn't enough. Nice little foray here for Mercury. Man, you're putting a little bit of a magnifying glass on. Definitely.
He brings the heat, man.
Yeah.
He brings the heat.
A player that you want to see perform on the T side. I'd say, you know, more so than CT. I feel like you've got a lot of safety nets. Advent's not totally dead weight on CT sides. Feels like sometimes, you know, he's just not really in good positions to do much on T sides. You know, he's the one throwing a lot of the supportive utility instead of, you know, some other in-game leaders that are willing to be the entry man. Advent's usually at the back of the pack.
When you talk through Mercury as a player, he is aggressive, he's mechanically strong, he likes to take duels, he's got confidence. It's T-side CS2 with an AK in your hand. It should be prime for this man. And we've seen it with plenty of other players, the donks of the world. Lots of other aggressive riflers coming good.
Yeah, big up flit.
Yeah, it's Mercury's time. Obviously phenomenal in Go. In those sort of roles, in those sort of duels, but domestically against some of these players, online as well, I'm expecting big things on this T side from that one.
We'll see if there are even frags to find.
This buy is a little bizarre from Wings Up because a couple of them have gone all in, but Gas has just gone MP9 and armor. Interesting. Not sure what the plan is here.
Yeah. Succeeding on the save, so trying to buy around it in some capacity, but still have lingering funds for maybe a 2 rounds from now kind of buy. It's the best that I can pull together.
I suspect Akam's Razor just not quite on the same page with how they're investing. Tends to be. So a lot of this in the first half from Tyloo when they are on the defense. Take a bit of banana control and then sit passive and lean 4A. And the stack looks right, doesn't it?
Yep.
Bomb is here. 5 players in attendance for Tyloo. Gas here can play anti-flash. Is flying, can take contact. The weaponry might not be perfect when you've got this many numbers. That is hard work to chew through. Molly is good. Jamyoung is flying. But frags instead going the way of Wings Up. Great defense. A little bit awkward, I guess, at first. But with this many bodies, Mercury needs a miracle.
Good for a couple of kills, but not much more than that. Tyloo, once again, trying to go for this burst out of the apartments, and it almost felt like, a knee-jerk, too many flashes now versus the time that they were up against USPs. It's the same building of the round, but this time there's one too many flashes. Jamming on the entry gets caught by the second flash, which matters more when the CTs are recovering from the first one, and so they're not blind when Jamyoung is. It feels like it just kind of breaks down from the entry there on.
I think you have to question the macro a little bit too. I mean, they'd given banana control over to Wings Up, and they hadn't seen enough nades to justify that it was a freebie opening, I don't think, and it was quite slow. They came out of apartments, so you add it all together and it doesn't quite mesh, doesn't quite look right. And the last thing they need is to come into a round like this, lose the first kill, already used a lot of nades, trying to take banana. Wings Up still getting aggressive. They're playing very frisky, charging up close. Kaze through the molly is traded. Very overzealous. Another kill for Marek. Risk can't connect, so maybe a bomb plant, but still a man advantage for Wings Up.
Yeah, a couple of favors maybe being given over to Tyloo by them playing forward. 2 versus 3, and no smokes that can help buy more time, but the flashes make it a little awkward. But they're still trying to set Risk up with this AWP. Help get him a little bit more clearance out from construction, but a recovered smoke in from Banana that gives Mercury an extra place where he can plant his feet for this post plant. Jamyoung is sectioned off, and so Mercury's fighting and doing a damn good job of it. A couple kills, and Risk trying his best round that side of that smoke. Jamyoung spots him, and just he cannot connect on this AWP. It gets awkward, and it's a little bit strenuous on this retake, but Tyloo hold their ground, and they're one right behind Wings Up for that double-digit scoreline.
Mercury is starting to come alive. Jamyoung's been more consistent over the map, but Mercury on the T side has done some good work. And Wings Up, man advantage, and you said it, they just kept pounding the top of Banana, trying to get aggressive, and ultimately they fed the flames a little bit too much, didn't they?
Chalking almost did Kaze a favor throwing the smoke onto the Molotov that Kaze was burning to bits in. So some awkward timing. A little bit of a misread on what Tyloo were up to. Even though it felt
Changed the face of this game, and that was driver's seat stuff for Wings Up. They convert that round. Not anymore.
Always seems a little ambitious when that P250 is swinging towards top Banana, let alone full blind while doing it, but tried to set up for Gas, who only gets his one. Still Child King around this side of the site, though. Trying to beat them before that smoke balloon, but no one's showing much skin. Oh, no. whole lot of Molotovs over on this B bomb site. Do not want to have it happen again, and they're going to blow the smoke that's at the mouth of B. That's perfect. A nice little double kill there from Jamyoung. A nice idea to make sure these pistols can get up to any tricks around these smokes. Should be a clean round from here on out for Tyloo.
Yeah, I've seen a little too many shenanigans for one game. Finally, Tyloo.
Can't entice with a few more.
Yeah, I'm lying. I want to see some more. I just want to, you know, jinx it the other way.
Ah.
Reverse psychology. Is it fair to say that Tyloo are just finding ways to stay in this game? I really don't think they're playing their best Counter-Strike at the moment, but at some point we've got to give them credit. They're still going on their opponent's map pick.
I think this might just be a case where I think tactically, Wings Up have actually shown us a more... It feels more orchestrated on their T side. Like these rounds from Tyloo do feel a little bailed out by the performance of Mercury and Jamyoung, which is kind of what you're saying. And this is the problem that you have coming up against some of the top level teams within the region, is that, yeah, they actually do just have some of the best players in the region on those teams. So, try as you might have good macro, you might make some good decisions, but you cannot shoot them. Sometimes it will come as close as this. It's been a late awakening here for Mercury. That feels like it has been the difference maker. Part of the reason Tyloo are helping get their feet. Otherwise, Wings Up could have sailed off into the sunset with Snap Pick.
Yeah, and I think on the flip side, I don't want to point too many fingers, but Risk was having a great first half at times, and maybe hasn't had the AWP so much here on the defense. Maybe hasn't had the setup from his team to get in position, but I don't think I've seen a great deal out of the CT AWPs yet. Here on the defense. Opener here goes on the Child King. Really hasn't got his teeth into this game, has he, as of late? And Tyloo really pumping the brakes here. They don't want to take any risks. They know win this round, there's no cash in reserve. You're ever so close to converting this map.
A little nerve-wracking here for Gas now as well, playing the half-wall with the A1S, but setting up for the flash that will allow him some information. That will send Tyloo packing right back over towards the brackets they go, and they're going to try and send it straight into this A play.
Two in defense, Flying's tucked in towards Cold. Crossfire should be good. First man goes down, Flying's doing a lot of good work. Norman, in the end, fells the beast. 3-on-2 though, bomb planted, no nades on the defense. Maybe there's a kit to be scooped. But with Kaze and Pit and no mollies to flush him out, no HE grenades. I think this is far too much to ask. These rifles are of value too. Good kill. That's nice from Gas. Maybe this is on. Advent though has other ideas, and this crossfire, they can play off each other's contact, is so awkward. There's no kit. This round surely is done. There it is. 11 for Tyloo. Now they're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, may not have a lot of kills, Advent, but that was a very important one onto short. Only his 5th added to the tally, but by forcing it into that 2 versus 1, yeah, the crossfire, a little too much to handle. Feels like Tyloo made a very good call this time over. It doesn't feel like we've had a lot of clean decision-making from Tyloo thus far. And now, as soon as they started that round, I mean, 5 versus 4, they identified that there's 2B, just sending into the A play, where they know just as well as Wings Up how hard that site is to hold. With few men, they'd often go for the 4-man stack. Wings Up have investigated that idea themselves on CT. Yeah, now Wings Up in with a pretty piss-poor buy. Kind of banking on playing for the overtime instead.
Here we go, full exact, long wrap nades down. Are we going through this smoke? Mercury's ready! Thank God there's a trade. That could have got ever so dangerous. It is a kill for Flying, but he's the only man here. He's the only man. How is he still doing damage? Can't believe he stayed alive that long. But if we just get the bomb down here, establish some after plants, it shouldn't be too scary just yet.
There's a couple of rifles that they can maybe recover en route to the bomb site, though. Smoke as well that will deny some information here for Jamyoung. This is still very much on here for Wings Up. This recovered rifle in Child King's hand. All on Jamyoung to try and stop him emerging out of the apartment. But Child King finds his frag. And it's so much damage in from Advent. Kaze flashed up. The util's great. They're overwhelmed and swarmed by Wings Up. It's not a 12th for Tyloo. They were against an upgraded buy in pistols. But Wings Up succeeding in overturning one of these rounds. It's karma. It all swings in roundabouts.
Just something nagging in my head saying a team of Tyloo's pedigree should be the more consistent against the lower buys. They should have the better fundamentals. And I mean, the story of this game is we see great sparks, we see great individual rounds from Tyloo. Jamyoung and Mercury doing so much work to keep them in this T side. But where's the killer instinct to finish this off? 2 rounds to go. Full 24 is going to be required. Maybe more. And well, that would be a heck of a day for Tyloo. We end up in even more overtimes on Inferno.
Yeah. And because of that round, like, Tyloo's next buy, if they don't succeed here, is worse than what Wings Up would have had to offer in their last round of the game. So in a lot of ways, now Wings Up favored to close on Inferno.
Are we going through? There's a lot of players here in brackets.
Did it last
Low
time.
smoke is down. Counter molly is good. Can hold up the Advent's through. That's the bomb. Flash is good. 2 for gas. Bomb spotted. Rotates coming. This looks great for Wings Up.
Yeah, chance there for Kaze as well to siphon off that player on the rotate, but worse for wear on, honestly, both the players, and they're trying to play it cool and safe from here on out. Mercury's not exactly healthy enough to go out swinging, challenging for that player inside of spawn, so they're a little trapped. They would love an option, an escape path, but Kaze, what is that? Full running on the second kill, and Mercury finally activating on that rotationary player. They were at a deficit, but now they hold an advantage. Health not great, but Marek, the in-game leader, now having to clutch back here for Wings Up. Said this was a must-win here for Tyloo, and they may have just found a solution. A miraculous set of frags from Kaze, and now that Mercury's identified where Marek's coming from, Kaze has him locked in. A triple for Kaze at a key moment for Tyloo.
Can you believe it? That transfer was something else, be it skill or honestly divine intervention at that point. My God. This is what it's taken for Tyloo. They are winning some bonkers rounds to stay in this game. They're in the lead now in a great position. And I almost feel bad for Wings Up. They're doing so much right.
Yeah.
Even a lot of people will look at them and say, why are they playing out in the open on short? It's because they know that there's a player in library that could shoot them in the back. Yes, maybe they could have played a little bit safer on site, but I don't necessarily hate the aggression. And it's one bullet from Kaze that flips, honestly, this entire series. What an opportunity for Tyloo to salvage this map.
They may limp across the finish line, but they may cross the finish line still yet. What a spam from Child King. Basically got a secondary kill, and he'll even convert on Oman, who was a healthy player. Kaze finally putting a stop to the antics. But they are walking wounded. They just came off of a, 5 OTs against the Mongols on Inferno. Straight into this best of 3 where Wings Up snap pick into it. And they could be destined for yet more OTs. See whether Tyloo have some extra sauce. It's going to be Jamyoung that has to do most of the heavy lifting, you'd imagine. Kaze and Advent just so wounded. So vulnerable. And with SMGs around the corner, would not favor his chances. Flying, revealing how close he is to the apartment, and his teammate playing underneath him. No chance for a trade, but Advent goes out swinging. Jamyoung floored, and now Kaze just a sitting duck. Wings Up, get us to overtime, and Tyloo simply cannot close.
They just can't close. End of. on Inferno today. What are we up to now? We are entering round 79 for Tyloo today on Inferno. That is ridiculous. And of course, a lot of those being overtimes, the number of gun rounds has got to be 50 plus. That's a lot of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
For one day. I don't want to be the coach reviewing all of those.
Yeah, and I know they're on the other side of the world, but, you know, it feels like the day's only just started. And that's how... And I wouldn't want to wake up to that many rounds of Inferno, no less. That's where Tyloo find themselves, and Wings Up, an immediate change of pace. An immediate change of face as well, going into the overtime. Mercury floored, and honestly gobsmacked at the aggression. Child King as well, pincering them in at Banana. And there's just no escape. Omen taking some Sanctuary via the smokes, but finally spammed up, and only Advent that remains, only for a moment's notice. Wings Up, a lovely change going into the overtime.
Where was that in regulation? So many rounds for both teams, frankly, in regulation was they would take banana control or contest brackets a little bit, but ultimately we're sitting on the sites. Wings Up there said, we've got a good mid spawn, let's take this.
Yeah.
Let's take this. Let's get nades on banana, let's make them uncomfortable. And clearly Tyloo caught a little bit off guard. Here we go. Round number 2. Double AWP on the defense. They've thrown the kitchen sink at this. None of this was in regulation.
Didn't always feel like they had the stability to even investigate it, to be in fairness, but how with overtime? You don't have to work for this cash. It's just simply given to you. Yeah, they're letting their hair down a little bit. It's a little util combo to force Child King back, wielding that secondary AWP. Of course, Risk or V, the main AWPer for the squad. Child King's trying to invigorate himself as well. The B hits were deadly for Wings Up when they were on the attack. And Tyloo may try and throw the exact same thing over their direction, especially now that they know that there's an AWP in play.
Gotta save this flash, Child King. Gotta do something to help Marek on the site. Here we go. Front side smoke for Tyloo. Deep CT smoke. Gonna wrap ruins. So much on Child King right now. Lock down this avenue. Gets the first. Everybody else is channeling towards the site proper. This smoke to the left side of New Box is buying so much time. Marek is still alive. Gets one. Tucks in. Child King starts to fight. It's very hectic. But every second that's burnt is another nail in the coffin. There it is. 14 for Wings Up. A new lease of life here in overtime.
Honestly, a beautiful reaction from Wings Up as well. You know, Tyloo threw the first smoke towards coffins. I think they're expecting a reaction, maybe anticipating Molotovs, HEs. When none of that comes, they decide to go for that execute. And you saw the immediate recognition there from Child King about what the intention was for Tyloo. A front side smoke, you know, being able to get all that util down, but no one actually breaching the bomb site the more traditional way. And Marek just sort of keeping himself alive with that one smoke. The reactions were honestly flawless, I feel, between those two players on the B site. Something that Tyloo never found an adjustment to when it came to those hits.
Yeah, and on the flip side, we criticised a lot of Tyloo's defenses all the way back in the first half, saying, where are the protocols? Maybe watch that round back from Wings Up and learn a thing or two. Tyloo need a T round. 0-3. Surely too much to ask. We had even scores in regulation. What's this going to be from Tyloo? We saw a lot of these apps pops, didn't we? A lot of rounds up short. So many set plays. It's 4 on A right now for Wings Up. Granted, only 2 towards the site itself, but those rotates can be ever so fast. Feels like this exec is primed to go. Aggression from Risk. That is good information too. These 4 players are not going to be moving now. Mercury trying to isolate a duel. Does get it. But there's so many in defense. Trades are pretty decent. But coming from a man deficit it does leave Kaze in a 1-on-2.
Does have a smoke, so can section off these angles, and quickly revealing himself was Child King on his flank, so he knows close short is an issue. Kaze in immediate face, caught the reload, but spammed up. Crouching behind those barrels doesn't offer a whole lot of cover, and it will be 3 straight from Wings Up coming into the overtime. They straighten their laces, and they come in flawless.
What a map from Gas. He started off that first half supremely well. He's had so many big multi-kill rounds, pivotal moments where he holds Wings Up in it. That was yet again another most frags on the server, and that is saying something when Jamyang is playing this well, when Mercury spooled up in that second half. But it's Gas that's looking like the best player in the here and now. 1 more required. It's been a fight. It's been a slog. They've had to fight so hard for this Wings Up.
Yeah.
And now 3 chances back to back to put Tyloo on the ropes.
Thought they could be vulnerable coming into this game. Wings Up, prospects for other tournaments aren't very high. And Tyloo certainly come in as one of the favorites between them and the Mongols. That's how you'd anticipate this qualifier to run, but Wings Up could already throw a bit of a spanner in the works. A map that Tyloo are more than comfortable on. Well, they played so many repetitions of it earlier on. You thought they might come in with a little bit of extra quality to them, but it's far from it. Wings Up doing a great job of punishing that throughout this game, even though we end up in overtime. It could just close. Great flash here from Tyloo. A bit of aggression, but Oman caught with an HE. The immediate frag there from Mark. Now Child King trying to take up that space. Quick flash in, but Child King caught by it. Still those A players on Tyloo, not flinching, not moving a muscle, and they're right not to do so. Wings Up not committing with it, but Child King left on the lurk. Trying to prove a
His fight is so big. It's so big.
Oh, can we get eyes on Child King?
They're running. Going to commit, though. They are going to go in towards A. Kaze is nearby.
He's going to call them back.
Oh, he's called them back. Yeah, you're right. Okay, this is getting very exciting. There's actually no CT smoke for Wings Up. The cross could get a bit frisky if Kaze can get on the angle. Oh, this is about to get very exciting.
Oh, Child King's got to get this kill quick. Oh, what they hard clear. They just fight towards spawn. They don't wait for Child King to get into position, but they got exactly what they were waiting for. Child King's lurk, netting them a free B bomb site. And Wings Up Gaming taking it over Tyloo in the first map in the series. They pick into Inferno, and they came in with a purpose.
That was great. I mean, they clearly had no idea Child King had lurked. And I was so nervous for them on the cross, but Kaze just walks into the ruins line having no idea. Wow. I mean, what a map. Wings Up. I think we said it throughout. When Jamyang's having a game, when Mercury's good on the T side, it's going to be difficult. It's never going to be easy against some of these players. But for me, tactically the better team. Go into overtime, clearly the better team.
Yeah.
And well-deserved. I am feeling very positive about Wings Up going in further in this series, I think.
It didn't feel like player quality was the issue for Tyloo. It felt like their protocols or their systems just weren't up to par with Wings Up, which was kind of weird to think about when you think about the resources and how long the core has been together. I feel as though Tyloo didn't show us their best performance here on Inferno, but maybe not adapting to the new version of Inferno as well as you'd maybe anticipate. So there's always hope. We move into an overpass where that's one of the hallmark maps for Mercury and Jamyang alike, and they both seemed pretty good so far.
Yeah, you can also hardly say if you're Tyloo that you're a bit rusty on Inferno. You're not ready to play. You've played quite a lot already today.
It's one of the maps they wanted to play against international opponents the most. So
yeah, there's no excuses. It might be their opponent's map pick, but when you're in that sort of position, we expect them to close. As said, though, next up is Overpass. That is Tyloo's pick. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back. We'll see if Tyloo can turn this series back around. We'll see you then. Welcome back. We're about to go into map 2 here of Wings Up against Tyloo. For those that missed it, first map, Wings Up pick. Very close game. Very scrappy, but Wings Up came good in overtime. Next up will be Overpass, which is Tyloo's pick. For a quick B-Stream update, the other game, concurrent here in the qualifier, that is the Mongols and the Huns. And the Mongols just got a map up. So, Mongols looking good. And I guess we've got to find out who's joining them, or likely to join them, I guess, in that upper bracket final.
Yeah, both derbies delivering and being quite closely competitive games, actually. I think it was a 13-11 win for the Mongols on Nuke. So, you know, for us, it was overtime. For them, as close to overtime as it gets without there being an overtime. So, quite a competitive Chengdu qualifier. Let's see how Wings Up do on Tyloo's map pick. Overpass. A map that's become a hallmark for players like Jamyoung. Mercury's beginning to make a name for himself as well on this map as well, especially on their T sides. So let's see how they do. This pistol would be a nice way to set the tone during the battering they receive, but nice little aggressive maneuver here from Wings Up. They just pincer in towards the outside of Monster, and they chew and spit Tyloo out.
If that's going to set the tone, I'm all for it. Wow. I think Tyloo were just gearing up there to get aggressive, go out of Monster, and they just got completely blindsided.
That's a hard read based on demos. I think I've seen Tyloo set up in that exact pistol a number of times on this map, and I think Wings Up have done the exact same. Oh, lovely shot. That's just so super clean.
This is quite a statement.
Yeah.
This is a way to kick it off. I mean, you know, we're saying in that first map, Wings Up, it's their map pick. They look like the more strategically sound team. Tyloo maybe individuals holding them in that game. Maybe Wings Up have heard the calls and said, we can shoot too. We're pretty good.
Oh, and shoot they can. Eventually shooting Kaze to high hell, but his teammates were in the grave a lot sooner than he. Wonderful round there from Wings Up. Thought they were gonna get away without taking a lick of damage, but a couple damaged pieces of armor, you know, makes it a little bit more expensive. But, you know, I'm really stretching for a silver lining there. Fantastic read in that pistol for Wings Up, and yeah, maybe if that does set the tone, this could be, I mean, it would be quite the upset. And Tyloo have shown to be vulnerable to a number of Chinese teams. Wings Up, not one of them yet.
Flashes in. Here we go. Double kill for Jamyoung. And a couple players on this Wings Up side. They just had pistols here. They didn't think it'd be a force buy. And Tyloo caught them with their pants down. Marek left. He might even just have to save here. 1-on-4. You're not retaking this site. Tyloo. Just a monster rush. Pistol armor. And everything there went right. That is a way to take the mantle right back into your hands.
Yeah, put your foot down before things get too hairy. I do like the pace. I like that they went with the force buy. You know, we had a number of very close, basically save rounds on Inferno, and you know, does beg the question. Sometimes they got close when they were saving. You know, a couple players with armor and maybe upgraded weapons. Maybe it turns the tide. I think this is the first proper force we've seen, and Tyloo converted instantly. Not close even. That's the kind of explosive nature I want to see out of players like Jamyoung and Mercury, though. Both the players, they get the kills they accrued on that B-bomb site. Not typically the pace that Jamyoung plays at, but hey, you know he's got the mechanical ability, so, you know, let your hair down a little.
Yeah. It's not like he'd be a bad player to send in first. It's like, are you best utilizing Jamyoung if you're going to send him in early all the time? And the answer's no, and that's why he doesn't tend to. More of a lurking, slower presence. Some shots exchanged. Some rifles are out here for Wings Up. That's because they saved on the previous, these players. So, some heavy weaponry to be navigated if you're Tyloo.
Only one of them saved, so this is it's a full commitment here for Wings Up. They wanted to try and play around this rifle, and actually got a second one out for it. Don't get a lot of production out of the one rifle they did save over, which does mean that, well, those rifles are now irretrievable. They were there to reinforce that A-bomb site, and instead it might just provide a free upgrade for Advent.
Sometimes Mercury just headshots. It happens. Not a lot you can do about that. And Tyloo, granted Pistol were blindsided, but since then, they have taken command, let's say, on this T side. Couple nice rounds. Gonna have to save Hero Wings up. This is all we're gonna have in the following. Great start for Mercury.
Yeah, not getting caught out by the boost. Not getting caught out by the additional rifles.
Who's the player or players on either team you didn't quite see as much as you'd like to see on map 1 that could be a good force in this series?
I'd probably just make it as simple as the 2 AWPers. You know, we saw a lot of good stuff from Risk on the T side for his AWPing, but then transitioning to CT, we didn't get a whole lot of production out of him, and I always feel like Kaze can kind of shy away weirdly. You know, at one point he was always high fragging with Jamyoung, you know, a long time ago. You know, not even the Rare Atom days when they brought in Mercury Mosea, more so before that. I feel like I've not seen the same fire out of Kaze since then. And Risk is that sort of new budding player, the one that replaces Lan. You know, you want to see him find his feet quite quickly with this Wings Up team, because the target has to be, you know, getting into form enough that, you know, when that Shanghai Major comes around, that they are considered one of the teams kind of favorited to get into a position like that.
So also when we look at the roster move from Mosea to Orman, I think it's kind of irrefutably a mechanical individual downgrade.
Yeah.
Kind of, it's possible to look at it a different way. And the way you justify that is you say, we're going to play better as a team. We're going to have better protocols, better communication. Maybe someone like Kaze gets more space because you have, you know, one less demanding star power rifler. So if you're looking at Kaze, maybe he needs to blossom back into being a star player for this team. Maybe they need him.
Yeah, it's a fair point. It's kind of been weird to see how good Orman has been, in all honesty. It's been a surprising addition. Don't think anybody anticipated it. But he's been putting up some solid numbers. And, you know, at his age, with the teams that he was playing on before, maybe he was... I'd almost want to wager that he was doing some in-game leading, or at least secondary calling. So maybe that's something that adds to a little bit of the repertoire. Coming into this round against Pistols, not a whole lot that Tyloo have to be worried about. They get the bomb down. Smoke's in. Chalking is moved through the smoke, so he could have found an additional kill. In fact, overwhelms Advent, so it gets a little precarious. In fact, Chalking doubling up with that recovered AK, so this does get very, very scary. He even gets behind Kaze. How has that happened? Did he not hear him? Did he not know? And the answer is no. Chalking may have just done everything here for Wings Up. A knife kill on USPs. They come in and they refute the full buy of Tyloo. I thought this was going to be easy sailing into the sunset. Instead, we're getting people shanked.
Tyloo need a pause. This is how they lost Inferno.
I just simply don't understand.
I don't know if their comms get really flustered. It just turns to madness so many of these rounds. Another one where Wings Up barely have anything.
Yeah. They're trapped inside of water. They're scrambling.
So you got all the nades. It's monster on overpass. It's not like it's a huge choke point, or, well, at least once you're out of the pipe, which they were. It's you get good fights. You're right eye. You got a lot of space to play with. You can smoke heaven. You can molly short. You can whatever flash high right as you swing up. I expect more from Tyloo.
Yeah, no, I
I'll
did
be
too.
honest. They will lose to the Mongols making these mistakes. They stayed in Inferno because Jamyoung and Mercury were great individually. If they scrape through this series and play the Mongols, they need to fix some of this stuff.
Yeah, an incredibly disappointing round from Tyloo. And a whole lot of money made from Child King. They were on a save. He gets a knife kill. Ult dropped over. Hell, he saved that rifle. You imagine spirits are quite high with rounds like that on Wings Up. This is the duality of Counter-Strike when you have an elated round like that. The other team is almost certainly feeling the burn, but nice boost. Mercury finding Marek and immediately dispatching of him. Ullman as well, getting out of Monster, and they just brutalize everybody on this B-bomb site. That one kill from the boost cascades into more for Tyloo.
Yeah, where was this in the previous round? That was an absolute clinic. Beautiful. Wings Up player Barrel was clearly wasn't ready for that boost. And they just can't stabilize. Now, because they won an eco, it means that Marek and Risk both have cash in reserve. There will be a buy if these guns are saved. Maybe one player on an MP9 or something of the sorts. But either way, Tyloo players alive. Very clean stuff. In this round in particular. So, same story as in Inferno. It's not always pretty. But when they're on, they're on.
We'll be curious about the reaction here for Wings Up. They're going to quickly identify how important short control is for Tyloo. Something that's very systematic about their T-sides. Whether it's Jamyoung or Mercury, sort of taking that area and holding onto it for the late round, or setting up for these pops in through B. Short control is... I mean, it's pivotal for most CT sides in general of getting extra information, but for Tyloo orchestrating on their attack, I don't think I've seen a successful round from them on T sides where they don't get that area of the map. Nothing to really speak of coming into this gun round. Like you said, they buy round the residual cash that Wings Up saved over with the weapons as well. I do like the... You know, it doesn't feel like a lot of pace added here for Tyloo, but on T-sides they can be deadly slow. They are at least contesting towards bathrooms a little earlier here. Nice little shadow advantage there for Child King. Tucks himself back in and just comes out swinging, and they just go straight through the monster smoke. That's a total misread. They thought there was going to be one, maybe two players at best, but they get overwhelmed. They cannot win their fights, and even though they find that opener via Child King, they get picked to pieces elsewhere.
Yeah. That is a, that's a mistake a top European team would make. You see Mercury solo walking through A. There's no mid nades. There's not much. That's clearly an indication that, you know, either Mercury's lurking or there's not much presence towards A. There's definitely not the opposite. There's not enough presence on A to say, guys, let's say B control. And they just walked right into the jaws. It's an easy mistake to make if you haven't got those protocols, that communication, but that is going to pay a heavy toll on Wings Up. They're going to have to eco this round, and Tyloo might have got away with that one.
Well, a noise made that Advent took damage dropping into ladder, but he actually took 0, so it's a cute little CS2 quirk. Happens sometimes on Go, but it's very, very set distance. The games are the same, but different. This time a lot of presence over towards A, but not audible. Not throwing a lot of utility, not giving a lot of indicators. Child King spotted falling off the boost, so they know at least there's one more there, and the Molotov is going to just burn Risk alive. There's one more close, and they know he's on a dig, but Child King finds his frag, and now he's dancing with Advent, back and forth. Wow! It looked like a mobile kill there from Child King, but he'll happily take it. A secondary frag and some weapons dropped over, but his teammates are all rotated through spawn on USPs. There's no way they can get away with another round like this.
Don't tempt fate.
I say with bated breath.
Yeah. Seen it enough times. This time, though, bomb is planted. After plants are good. Molly's going to cut Bank out of the equation. Scanning might be out of bullets, but the teammates are there. So, frankly, heavy numbers lost, but Tyloo have money in the bank. They've had some clean gun rounds. I'm not sure they're too concerned. And all eyes and wings up, because they need to get their teeth back into this defensive half before this cascades out of control.
And they're a team that likes to make reactions. We've already seen that so far out of their defense, but got to make sure they make the right read for those choices. So they might go for maybe boost Con or try and take over Fountain, you know, eliminate one of these options here for Tyloo. Typically such a slow rolling team, but Mercury does get himself out towards Party, and it's forced some of the defense of Wings Up back into the bomb site. We still have, I think, Child King hovering around at Divider. I'm going to give up the space for free, but he makes a step. So Mercury does know that there is a player inside of the bathrooms. Not sure how compromised Child King is feeling, but does peel himself away. This isn't where the majority of the Tyloo presence is, though. They tried to set up in this exact same way rounds prior, and they collapsed on B to great effect.
It's a Mexican standoff at the moment. I feel like at some point Mercury is going to find himself a duel. Molly at the ready. Monster gets re-smoked. And what are Tyloo waiting for? Are they waiting for some aggression, some information? Advent's lining up a heaven smoke. Surely going through this monster smoke would be too much to ask. Oh, it's pulled a rotation. Child King started pushing. Mercury is still tucked in towards Divider. If Mercury can find this frag, it does so much. Oh, he sees him in the back. There we go. They need to turn around now because Mercury has so much space.
15 seconds. I mean, they.
Oh, God, yeah.
This is really, really tight. Mercury, oh my God, critical miss in from Risk, but can that bomb make it into the site in time? 5 seconds, has to be punching in those digits now, and it's just a little too late. A very, very strenuous rotate in from Tyloo. They were waiting for that counter aggression. They were waiting for Mercury to find a frag, and they wait a little too long.
That's Tyloo's fault. They just waited a little bit too long before applying the pressure. Wings Up over-rotated.
I mean, it's deadly quiet. The A bomb site, nothing to see, nothing to hear. They cleared long. They're staring at short. No nades come over at the 20-second mark. So, at some point,
they
someone had to give.
2 seconds earlier than that smoke from Advent.
Yeah.
And that gives them the time. Okay. Well, he still did a lot of economic damage. They still got money for days. So you don't need to panic if you're Tyloo.
Oh, God. Jammer didn't see. He didn't know. But they miss. Okay. Okay. We're fine.
Everybody calm down.
It's clean. Child King's got to get down and dirty. Advent, the man to trade, and not exactly the one you want typically. Kaze, a miss on the flick. And Child King's just honestly having a stellar half. Been everywhere when Wings Up need him the most. And even with that AWP, I feel like Ullman should have spotted him.
I think he saw the barrel, right?
I feel like he should have. And he did. Yeah, he locked in that position, just making sure there wasn't backup. This is recoverable. This is doable here for Ullman. There's still some distance away from him. There's space that he could be taking. Wings Up not within earshot to really hear much of anything, but Ullman has to try and play it safe. 30 seconds. He is rerouting through spawn. There is a player lying in wait. Gas. Gun ready. And Ullman very unprepared. So, ult recovered. And a round on the shoulders of Child King on some of that long aggression.
He's been excellent. He's been brilliant. I think it's so fitting as well that it's Child King and Mercury, both the A players on, I think on both sides as well. Just going head to head. That is a duel you're going to see for years in the Chinese scene at the top between these two players. And Wow, what a performance. It's been so hard for Wings Up. They just let the economy slip so much in Tyloo's favour that having to win round after round after round here to stay in this first half. They're finally whittling down this T-side economy to something reasonable. This one, though, is a buy, and Mercury, there it is. First kill goes his way. Jamyang for the trade, of course. And another man advantage for Tyloo.
Wonder if they might just 3-man stack towards this B bomb site. Mercury typically that A lurk. But still planting their feet on risk. He'll be the one to try and lock it in. Jamyang on the boost, and that player pillar is hidden enough, but right into the clutches of Oman. Flash is great, but Marek full swings, and there's the trade immediate. Flying very low and just cannot escape in time. Risk is here with that AWP, but they're trying to get a lot of util down on the site, but there's no one really to cover Kaze, and he's not fully hidden inside of that smoke. Caught in the reload. Advent wasn't ready, and the no-scope from Risk. You cannot be serious. A 1-on-3 with the AWP and shotgunning straight into Tyloo's soul.
Hello, Reddit. All that needs to be said. What the bleep was that? What just happened? That was Tyloo's round and then some. That was a 99.9% round for Tyloo.
Oh my god.
Oh my lord. If they lose this series, they got to look back at these pistol rounds that they're losing. They got to look back at some of the funky rounds on Inferno, and that round will be ingrained in the brains of Tyloo. Game on. Let's have it.
This would be a hell of an upset, no matter which way you draw it. If Wings Up somehow get it over Tyloo, Mercury, absolute. Oh no,
You-
Child King.
You son of a...
Child King,
Can you
no!
believe it?
How upset would you be if you're Risk? You just have an incredible round, and this is what happens to you. This is your reward. Strung out to dry, Tyloo breaching into B. Oman taking the bridge angle, but Jamyang labored. Can't find gas. They do find Marek, at least as a consolation, but Flying is still inside of the pit. Does get tagged by the Molotov, so they should be suspicious that there's someone there. Advent hard clearing for it, and Gas just no HP to try and go out for that trade. 2-on-2. That smoke in heaven now dispersed of. That means there's an angle here for Child King, but not exactly his weapon of choice. Secondary AWPing on Inferno, but now has to perform major duties here, and now with his teammate in Gas dealt with. Oh, an Advent. A very illustrious swing down to 10 HP. This is a very difficult round now for Child King, and it may just all come back to having that one extra man. Had he not hung Risk out to dry, maybe an extra for the retake, but Tyloo take it.
Keep righting their wrongs, do Tyloo. Winning these rounds off the back of some harrowing losses. And this is the last of the half, so Wings Up will be forcing. What have we got? 5-7, MP9, Deagle flying. Yet to buy another Deagle. Util is practically non-existent for this defensive side. And it's the same story all day for Tyloo. Some great moments. Plenty of questions to be asked of these matches, though. If they get 7 out of this half, that would be good. Child King continues his absolute monstrous, menacing tear here on the defense. He is not missing.
You see the difference in the crosshair placement. Like, Advent's aiming central body. You know, he's trying to make the best of his automatic, and all it takes is Child King an extra second to line the headshot. They basically can't go anywhere else now. For all they know, Child King could be pushing in behind them. They could still have connector presence. There could be more where that came from, aside from Child King now. So A might be the only play they can make. But Wings Up not heavy reading into it. 3 men here, but still 2 on B.
Here come the smokes. There's a bank. Another kill for Child King. He was low HP. That is worthwhile. Player up close and long is cleared. Flying called upon. Only one for him. Dicey stuff as this bomb gets planted. Gas. And his in-game leader in tow. As they come for this retake. I don't think there's going to be any kits on the ground either, so time is of the essence. First goes the way of Wings Up. Make it to Tyloo. Back and forth half. It's going to be 6 apiece. These rounds have been wild. They've been wacky. What is going on? Wrist clutch. One for the ages. And my God, do I hope it continues. Over here on Overpass going into the second half.
I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us. Don't give up on love. Don't give up on us. Don't give up on love. Oh, hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us. Don't give up on us. Don't give up on love. Don't give up on us. Don't give up on us. Don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love.
Second half, Overpass in what has been a thrilling series, let's say. Child King, monstrous on the defense. I'd love him to keep that up. But this game has delivered some bonkers rounds, some crazy afterplants. And long may it continue. This has been an entertainment bonanza so far.
Yeah, Child King, I mean, some of his dig shots, the round in which he had, what, a pistol upgrade to an AK, knifing Kaze, it's been all over the place. But I don't know that I'd have it any other way. Wings Up, playing toe-to-toe with Tyloo, lost in overtime, or actually, sorry, won in overtime on Inferno, their map pick. And now, yeah, just as close here on Overpass as well.
It's one of those games where I'd hate to coach, but I love to watch.
Yeah.
I would not enjoy being behind either of these teams right now.
Imagine doing the demo review and watching some of the rounds that you're losing. Oh my days.
And my hair would not be brown for long. It'd be grey.
Yeah, shout out Taz, now a coach, but he already lost all his hair, so nothing to pull.
Exactly. He's got the strats down. Inside and out the server. Got some nadage here on this T side. Risking a bit of it there on the boost. Showing plenty of numbers. Oh my lord, look at the push on B from Tyloo. Yeah. Mercury is in playground. And he's about to have a go on the swings. Look at this.
He's got dual leads though at distance. That's not exactly ideal, but he still finds the kill. And listen, Tyloo got chewed out on their pistol. They got hard anti-stratted, but this time Mercury, realizing the space he had, backstab's now finally dealt with, so Wings Up have dealt with the problem man. So do they still commit to A when they anticipate that there's very likely a lot more than we expect in traditional circumstances? So they'll reinvestigate. Back down connector, they'll go. Bomb making its way out with him, and Chalking just trying to keep players busy. There were 3 on that A bomb side, and Jamyoung tucked in at barrels, finding both kills. First a little labored, but the second clean. It is a Tyloo pistol through and through.
Crisp as can be. That was nice. That was good. I was a little bit nervous when they were leaning still 3A there for Tyloo, but Jamyoung comes good. Very nice. And no plant for Wings Up, so I don't think about an investment. We did see Tyloo buy in the exact same position. But no, Wings Up playing the longer game, just the Glocks for them. And something you brought up earlier was, eyes on the authors. I think Kaze was rifling on all that T side, to be fair, but still a good performance. I'm intrigued because this does feel like one of those maps where still, even given the CS2 changes, AWPs play a big part.
Yeah. It does. It has been overblown with the, with top-level AWPers complaining about it, I think. But we still see some top-level AWPers putting numbers in. Putting good shifts on the AWP, and maybe there's a little bit more rifling than they're used to. But I don't think it's as death-defying as it was kind of made out to be.
Well, let's see if they can get a plan out of this. 2 players to clear, and Kaze and Mercury. And Mercury is playing aimbots at the moment. This bomb isn't going down. Shouldn't need me a frag out of this one, I wouldn't have thought. No, sir. 5 alive, money in the bank. And Tyloo stabilizing.
Yeah, I don't think we saw a single round like it on Wings Up CT. Always a casualty here and there. Never able to accrue up some extra funds in the same way. But they did win in a full eco, so
Swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, you give a little, you get a little. Sometimes you let a little go.
Sounds like song lyrics. Could well be.
Honestly, no idea. Probably an AI will come up with it if it hasn't already been done.
We got then 3A start for Tyloo. Double short push over towards B. Leave Jamyoung aggressive. And towards that short pipe. And they're pretty happy. They're saying, we've got good information here. We know nobody's aggressive on B. They haven't got the short water control. We're going to stay free on A. And Allman plays wide over towards the back of the divider area, further up Banana. Head removed. And what are Tyloo going to do? I think they need to take a bit more of a risk. Maybe get aggressive on Jamyoung. For the moment, pretty passive stuff.
Kaze knows what's coming. So at least one player, or at least a player, shot at him when he jiggled out towards long. So Molotov down, but exposing himself slightly. Flash a little late, but will still land and blind up players here on Wings Up. Mercury as well standing his ground and allowing an exit path here for Kaze. Safer territory, sure, but Chalking out of ammo. It's now on Marek to really deliver the goods because Advent is just toying with these long players. It's now only Gas. Late to the party, but found that kill that allows him extra space. Up banana he goes, but has to get his hands on that bomb. 15 seconds. And Advent's trying to play the clock. Headshot angle and dinked up immediately. Gas trying to plant inside that smoke, but Advent, should he spam it, might just find himself a free frag. Didn't think he could commit to it, though. And so suddenly that AK has a lot more leverage. Advent didn't know the cards that lay upon him, but Wings Up bailed out of a bad situation.
Gas had a lot of those moments on map 1, didn't he? Where the round was crumbling, it looked bad. Getting disjointed and team play not always there, and he just put his foot down. Yet again, very important kills. And that's half the work done. Here we go again. Don't tell me Orman hasn't bought a rifle.
He has not bought a damn thing.
There you go. He's gone
he
back.
went back. Yep.
Well, I guess it's good he made it in time. May have also been expecting more nades to help out Mercury, but he had to turn back. I'm not sure. Don't do that at home, kids.
Yeah, a little weird.
Well, they're going to free stack B with no info. Kaze's got 14 HP.
Oh, and he requires assistance. He needs help. Somebody... Oh, there's nothing that can save you from that one. No health to trade, caught jump spotting, and it's simply a nade. And hell, they took the A bomb site. They went with that 3B stack, and so it is a call to save.
Let's see, because on Inferno, I think it was safe to say that Tyloo looked a lot better on the T side to me. Their CT side, just the reactions just looked a bit weird on Inferno. Their site setups weren't so effective. Could well be a CS2 problem where they haven't adjusted very well. Tends to be the case in CS2 that static site setups are no longer preferable. It's not easy to take fights in off angles anymore. It's so favourable to a T side player when they're swinging wide. It's better to play more dynamic setups, play retake, play flash plays, play off each other's contact.
Something that has been criticized of Tyloo over the years is that they kind of don't on CT sides. You know, they play a very static defensive style.
Yeah. It's not the way to go anymore, unfortunately. Yeah. They also don't need to. I mean, Mercury, especially on a map like this, Mercury is primed to do small aggressive moves or mid-round aggression. Or you got options. Kaze is perfectly capable of being a dynamic AWPer if you put him in the right positions. I don't think it's a personnel problem. I think it's a philosophy problem. That is a true issue for them.
I mean, when they had Mosea as well, and you'd think Oman is coming in for that slot if there's going to be players that do it. I don't think Oman's been lacking in that capacity, so do have players
they
that
know
should
about
do it.
Mercury?
That is a good question.
Feels like a no, doesn't it?
Yep. Blissfully unaware, because he could have very easily escaped if he was inside of connector out short, but oh, well, he now realizes exactly what he has on his plate. Goes free. He loses a teammate in the meanwhile, so short control firmly in the CT's favor. Jamyoung locking things down, though, in at the pillar, and Oman can simply trade him, so positional advantage too strong. It wasn't Mercury got that kill inside a connector. It was Jamyoung once that door was blown open, so just kind of free territory that Mercury makes good use of.
Comms as well. We can tell his teammates on B that, guys, they're surely coming. I can see a player up short. Nobody's come through connector to help clear out towards mid. It's all good in the hood. Pause for Tyloo, actually. Wonder why. Quick discussion on some front.
Maybe they set up for that Mercury aggression that wasn't very well facilitated last time, but
Oman's got a gun this time, bro. They're all good.
Yeah.
They fixed it.
I don't even think he was I don't think he's typically the one that would be flashing for him anyway.
Can somebody please give Child King an AK? Is that too much to ask?
Falcon's looking around. Maybe he's asking, but
Like, I know you back yourself, Marek, but this Child King kid is quite good at clicking the opponent's head when he goes in first.
he's done a lot of that on Deagles though as well. So you know.
Maybe that's the logic. Just so good on it. Barely a loss. Pulling around for wings up. Lose this. Economy's in tatters. Suddenly we're looking at this map and saying Tyloo are pretty damn close to making this one apiece. Win this round and that story is ever so different. And now though, just a slow default, mid control being claimed. Nobody in connected this time to ruffle the feathers. Child King, that might have been ill-advised. Untradeable. That smoke's still up too. And Mercury picking up where he left off on the T side. Just an absolute menace.
Yeah, a little lock-in for Allman as well, covering off the long side, so Mercury could just fixate his attention on the bathrooms. For all they know, it could have been the same player. But there was inside, in fact, a second man with him. Mercury kind of boxed in, but fighting tooth and nail. 3 kills and finding info on the last 2 on Wings Up. This is looking like double digits here for Tyloo. 30 seconds and not a whole lot of ground to work with, but get that kill onto Allman, it could have been a different story. Unfortunately, this tale is already told.
Cheeky angle there around the smoke. Gas has been good. He's been great. But no, 1-on-4 wasn't going to happen.
Look at all the bodies.
Yeah, that's just
All
Mercury. Felling them all over. Beautiful stuff. Huge round from Mercury. He's been frankly brilliant for a lot of this game, but especially since these halves have flipped. He's so good on the defense here.
Yeah.
And Wings Up swallow their pride. It's almost a full eco box across the board. No armor, 1 smoke, couple flashes. They're praying for a bomb plant here at best. And even that would be a result.
Well, Oman didn't spot them coming out of the short pipe, but Jamyang getting those 2 kills does mean that it's still very difficult for them to get that Sanctuary, the safety to get the plant in. Oh, God. Yeah, running out of bullets. About that. A little awkward, perhaps, but still a mopped up round. No bomb plant, so no extra cash, no AWPs here for Wings Up to fight off what should be map point here for Tyloo. And you know, one of the concerns for Wings Up coming into this series is, yeah, they win on Inferno. They fight a tight game in the first half of Overpass. But when you get to Nuke, you know, that's not a map that's typically one you'd see Wings Up play too much of. And it's a very well-rehearsed map for Tyloo. Wonder whether their window, their opportunity to perform the upset might draw to a close with a loss on an Overpass.
You can also absolutely make the argument that, you know, Wings Up only just won Inferno. It went to overtime.
Yep.
On this map, they've won some crazy unlikely rounds too. If you remove just a couple of these, you know, risks, crazy afterplant,
yep,
pistol wins, you remove these rounds, and this is a clean 2-0 for Tyloo. Now, not to say that's going to happen, but the point we're making is that it's not like Wings Up have been cruising to these scorelines. It has been pretty manic.
Well, things could get very weird here in a second if they continue spamming the wood wall like that. Almon's kind of leaving himself in a position where if Jamyang died, there would kind of be nothing to stop them from crunching in towards Monster, but finally putting a stop to it, flying too low to really take that fight outright. And the nade, oh, almost finishing him off, down to 2 HP, but still 5 alive here for Wings Up. A fresh smoke at the mouth of short, and this is awkward now for Wings Up because they're congested. They're ready to pounce on this, and they boost above that smoke to find the entries, but still not taking space. Still worried about extra presence here from Tyloo. Allman finally activating at the back of the bomb site, but smoke blown open, and that's a mistake. Kaze catching them out in the open, and Allman still fighting tooth and nail down to the Deagle, which means there's simply no more Tyloo members remaining. It's a weird calamity, a bit of a collapse, but Wings Up primed with a nice little adaptation after getting smoked off at short.
Yeah, up on sandbags. Got a good angle. Maybe Tyloo regretting a little bit, not just kind of sitting back a tad more. Looks like they're getting a little bit angsty. Take some space. That money is gone for Tyloo. It's not like their loss bonus is in a good place either, so there's scope here for Wings Up. We just haven't quite seen enough on this T side to say it's the likely result. What have we got here? Back into a default. 3 on A here for Tyloo. Karze's aggressive towards long on that AWP, so they've got to navigate him and they can't. First kill goes the way of Karze. Really. It's a fox amongst the hens as it was here. What do you do if he wings up? Oh, pray you win this duel, I guess. Okay.
Maybe a little too exposed in assembling that boost, because Jamyang had extra seconds to react to that one. Saw them jump up and was ready to scrap, but Gas didn't want any of that heat. Still kind of set up for a B take. Our Wings Up. Moved up in at short. Bomb still just making its way over, and a deep Molotov in from Mercury that will allow them to play a little closer, which does lend itself in favor of this SMG. They may not anticipate someone to really aggress back into them like this. Around the corner, Gas is ready and rearing to go, waiting for the flashes, and they line up for Mercury. That is the worst thing that could have happened, now happened. Child King coming out from short, but, or rather, Marek trying to come out from short, but Child King was low, and Tyloo cleaned things up. This time, a much more successful B-hold.
Looking like a third map. Looking like a third map. Close now, Tyloo. 1 to go, and this buy is bad. Yeah. Look at this from Wings Up. It's a bargain sale. Tech 9s. I guess Util is good. They could run a set play. Let's have a look. 4 starting towards B. I think that's going to be the case. Let's see. We're going to rush straight in. No. Bide our time a little bit. 3 players into the short pipe. But nades are lined up. Execute to come very, very soon. And Orman might be coming off at just the wrong time off that B-bomb site.
They're going to go for it. Straight into B, they'll go. Advent flashed up and doing some decent damage, but Jamyang not collecting on a single frag. So Orman left to try and pick up the scraps. Does have teammates en route to the bomb site, but bomb can get planted rather safely. They do not have that much extra utility to keep these CTs at bay. But risk an extra smoke may provide a little bit more leverage. Tyloo are grouped up together for this retake. And they spot one. Nade will finish off another. Risk even swinging out wide, and Child King trying his best to trade, but they've lost out on numbers, and Mercury is having a hell of a game, 1 shy of a 30 bomb, and we haven't even gone every round in regulation. It's not Mercury's 30, but it's still Tyloo that collect on overpass.
What a performance. Huge stuff from Mercury, and that was a really great retake actually at the end, so credit for Tyloo to cleaning up their acts, I guess. In the latter stages there on Overpass, 1 apiece in the series. Definitely could have been a 2-0 by now for Tyloo, but as mentioned, not quite the cleanest day for them. Where's your head at? What are we thinking going into Nuke?
I don't know. I feel like you gave me some perspective. You know, I was kind of, you know, Wings Up have been playing a solid game, but yeah, you remove the risk, 3 kills and a retake. You know, I think he finishes on like 9 frags in total, which you want more out of your AWPer, especially. You know, going blow for blow as well, Child King and Mercury for the longest time, and then Mercury just kept performing for the entire duration of this game, ends up on 29 frags. You know, for me, it felt like there was a caliber difference just across the board here for Tyloo, and now moving into Nuke, I don't know that Wings Up have it in them to win that map versus Tyloo. That, you know, this was a staple map for them, picking constantly into what was old Tyloo on this map. They'd punish them all the time.
Yeah, there's also the angle of, you know, if you're going to win these crazy rounds, you need to win the series.
Yeah.
You just can't bank on this happening again. But either way, that is one apiece. Next up is Nuke, and we'll see if Tyloo can indeed reverse sweep the series. We'll see you then. Welcome back. Nuke up next here between Tyloo and Wings Up. The B-Stream game has finished. The Mongols cleaning that one up in the end. 2-0. Very comprehensive second map. So the winner of this series will play playing the Mongols in the upper bracket final. Winner of that goes straight through to the grand final. And stands a great chance of making it all the way to IEM China, Chengdu, whatever we're calling it now. Interesting stuff. Spoke about it just before the break. Tyloo feels like they're spooling up a little bit, doesn't it? Nuke, they now big favourites? How are we looking at this?
I think they're big favorites. I mean, Mercury has been playing a very solid game. Tyloo traditionally as well on Nuke seem to do really well, especially on their T sides. And if Mercury and Jamyang are both activated, then I really struggle to see a world in which Wings Up can actually pull this past Tyloo, because we've had crazy rounds from Wings Up. We've had a lot of pistol rounds and low buys, all sorts of manic, hectic rounds for the Tyloo system to deal with, and yet we still stand here 1-1 map apiece. So I feel like the window for Wings Up has already gone now that we move into Nuke.
Is Risk for you still the player that we need for Wings Up? Is he the man, the missing piece that could make this doable?
I feel like we're already getting enough out of Child King, so yeah, it feels like it kind of has to be Risk. You know, Lan alongside Gas at some point were real propellants for Wings Up, especially when they, you know, had that crazy upset against OG once upon a time, ESL Challenger Melbourne. You know, that was the Wings Up that had me really excited. And now it feels like Gas is taking a bit more of a second fiddle. You know, Flying feels like he's taking on more responsibilities. But yeah, we're missing some of the critical X factor that Lan previously offered, and Risk is supposed to be taking up the mantle of.
I'd like to see a little bit more from him. I mean, he hasn't necessarily had the AWP all the time, but yeah, when we're looking at this team, we're saying who are the star players, who would we like. We haven't seen so much of Risk actually playing this level of competition, so maybe that's an angle too. But yeah, if we're looking at a way that Wings Up can beat Tyloo and potentially ultimately, you know, gun for this actual spot in the tournament, we do need comprehensive performances across the board. Mercury on the flip side, though, he's been brilliant. Jamyang, of course, map 1 looked very good. Maybe wasn't quite as superlative on map number 2, but Tyloo, I don't know. They looked cleaner to me, I think, at the end on Overpass. I mean, Inferno was a mess, especially the first half. There were times on that Overpass where it was a bit weird, but I do think for the last 5, 6, 7 rounds, I did see a little bit more of the Tyloo we know and love. It looked a bit more on the same page. There weren't so many mistakes. We had anti-ecos where we weren't losing 4 or 5 people and losing the entire round. So, I don't know. I guess looking ahead as well towards a potential series later is I need to see Tyloo cleaning up their act a little bit, I think.
I think the signs are there for Wings Up. I think just from the maps we've seen that they have obviously put quite a lot of work in. You know, I feel like they still have nice executes. They set up in the right ways to succeed, but they are missing some of the, I think, the key components actually breaching into bomb sites. You know, if they're not going to find the same success they found on Inferno, like they didn't on Overpass, then I do think that the T sides are really where I'll put a lot of attention on, because I think Marek actually calls quite solid T side executes, but for me, it's kind of that difference between him and Advent. You know, he's very much a part of the pack going in. Advent isn't so much, but he's got more. Advent's got more like heavy hitting fraggers surrounding him, and so for this Wings Up team, Marek has to be able to put up solid numbers, but it's only so much you can ask for the in-game leader. You can only put so much responsibility on his shoulders if the rest of the squad isn't firing back as well.
Just need a little bit more. A little bit more. I was just taking a look actually at the what actually happened in the concurrent series. That was Mongols the Huns, and if you're watching that game where you see the team, the lineups, you're like, I recognise a lot of these players from the Mongols, from the Huns team. So that's a bit of fun. Of course, still got chance, still a lower bracket. We might see them tomorrow, but they got some work to do. Either way, here and now, winner of this goes to the I suppose that's a UB final, upper bracket final, up against the Mongols and Tyloo. Well, we're feeling good about their chances. They're going to start on the defense. Julie's here on Kaze. And that bomb, I thought it was going to pop in her, but we can see he's got teammates probing out for now. So a bit of a slower round from Wings Up.
Yeah, they're getting some space towards outside, though, and that will be a part of the crunch, I imagine. Jamyoung already down towards the lower side, reveals himself from secret, so the jig is up. Wings Up have to now commit in. It's straight into the dualies of Kaze. First kill's clean enough, and actually able to sweep up the rest. Risk unable to really get too much space, but Kaze has run out of bullets, and he's caught between a knife and no gun, but the rest of Tyloo are here to sweep this under the rug. A successful hold against the pistol bursting split Wings Up had planned.
It was scary for a second. I mean, they had 2 in secret, Tyloo. Had those players got into mini and split A without losing a number, could have gone badly. And Kaze as well. If Kaze doesn't stay alive, if he maybe goes 1 for 1, that site could have been overwhelmed. But all in all, they do hold on. Wings Up are actually going to force. We haven't seen this from them yet, despite losing pistol around the plant. Lots of util here, so maybe a set play. Outer smoke's flying over. And they've done a lot of nades here. All 5 smokes down from the rip, so there's not going to be a lot left here for an afterplant. Bomb still needs to cross. A player makes it down the vent. Pressure on Orman, I guess.
Okay. Another knife kill here for Wings Up. We had one on overpass. And they have lost Jamyoung as well towards the lower side, but bomb now dropped at Orman's feet. And while one gun has strayed away, it's risk on 1 HP, and Orman not going to let that one slip away from him. I think the idea was that he was trying to give that M4 to a closer position so Advent could retrieve it, but Advent still too far to go and collect. So only 2 M4s saved over. And that FAMAS, but it's fine. They make use of what little they'll have. Still decent damage coming out of that round, but given that that was the force, Wings Up now here on the save.
I enjoyed it. Especially the vent dive and the knife, that was great. More of that, please, Mr. Flying. And Orman wants some frags.
Okay.
Can take that.
Really wanted that one.
Surprised he's not sticking around for more. This round's a very light eco. Not much presented from Wings Up. Has to be said, I mean, this veto for Tyloo is like getting all their maps really, aren't they?
Yep.
Maybe some questions to be asked. The Wings Up veto, if it indeed doesn't fall their way.
I imagine they wanted Ancient, but that's Tyloo's permaban. A little bit of a shame on that front. Wings Up really just trying to bleed the stone dry. They're ringing it, but Tyloo still keeping their wits about them, not conceding control, not allowing them the extra space even though they know that there are pistols afoot. They've reset towards lobby now, so imagine the plan would be to break into that A bomb site and just hope that they can overwhelm whoever's backside. It's Advent. This is the man that you kind of want to have to overwhelm. And, well, overwhelm they shall. Well, that's a lot of damage out of a very low buy here from Wings Up. 3 casualties, but they keep their M4s. Wings Up now in with a full buy. And with that added money that they got as a result of the knife kill, they can get that AWP out into Risk's hands as well.
Kaze has his own. So let's see. I think both of them have, let's call it room for improvement. Space to grow into here on Nuke. Certainly for a CT AWP, but there's a lot of opportunities. Let's see if we get engaged. Kaze, very aggressive. Look at this. Now towards the red crate. Almost trying to hold his swing. Up on the top of Silo. Missed shot from Kaze. And he gets caught. First blow goes the way of Risk, and Orman, is he really thinking of sticking around? He is on an island, no teammates nearby. And I think that mini smoke is also missed from the T side. Interesting stuff. Either way, it's still a man advantage, and Tyloo needs to take a risk. They need to get aggressive, they need to stack a site. Sitting back and passive is a recipe for losing this round.
If the reaction comes from Secret or not, Child King probing in this direction, and this head-to-head happened aplenty on Overpass. Mercury might have missed the timing. In fact, never mind, his timing could not have been better. Child King just clearing the wrong angle, so back to a 4-on-4, and Mercury's not going to wait around much longer towards the lower side. Advent putting up a formidable defense on the upper side of the map. 2 kills, but his teammates have fallen, and Mercury trying to get up those vents, shotgunned by the AWP. And now it's Jamyoung. Typically that ramp player, and something that they should expect, but Heaven, main, does he commit to the flank? It's all chewing through the mind of Wings Up, but as he creeps out, they are prepped and ready for it. Ready to go for that double face. Wings Up breaking in and finally finding their first on T.
Good round. Got a man advantage. Rolled with it, granted. Child King, unfortunate timing against Mercury, but apart from that, looked fairly good. Composed, planting for Heaven, safe to hut. Looked around at just the right time. Catch Jamyoung as he walked out. So very few holes there for Wings Up. Is what we like to see, and actually they've kept the preceding rounds competitive enough that there isn't really cash in reserve. It's going to be a very heavy eco. Barely anything invested here from Tyloo. So a very good opportunity here to take this 2 for Wings Up, and as well bank a little bit of cash in the meantime.
Always a big fan of the Mustang boost, and Child King didn't know what hit him. Did reveal that there were 2 players towards that upper side, and there is an AK that has been retrieved, but Advent still sticking around towards Hut and allowing Mercury to jump off his head towards Heaven, but right into the waiting arms of Gas. So no problems in the end here for Wings Up.
Not too bad, is it? Still 4 players alive, and it's hard to imagine a world where Jamyoung is going to create much more damage. So that'll be 2 for Wings Up. And let's see if they got the staying power here on Nuke. It's promising signs, though, here early on.
Yeah, not letting too much escape them.
Been very clean since the guns have come out. Perhaps they're less comfortable in Overpass, but certainly if we're looking back to Inferno, it's got to be said, Wings Up, their set plays, the way they defaulted, it was composed, it was on the same page, to a higher degree, frankly, than that of Tyloo.
Yeah, I'd agree.
So if Nuke is up to snuff, we should expect some pretty good strategies, some composed gameplay.
Oh, Mercury tried to guard the cross. There weren't smokes down for Wings Up. They wanted this fight, and Child King may have slipped the watchful eyes of Kaze. Oh, he's going to bypass him completely. Loses risk in the meantime, but Kaze now a sitting duck. All about how quickly Child King pulled that trigger. He let one go away from him on Overpass, but not this time over. Man advantage now here for Wings Up, and great positions to hold as well. Child King can maybe even start to think about wrapping and clearing things out towards the A site, but Jamyoung, just such a nuisance, fighting from lockers and turning his attention to the watchful precipice there from Child King, now flying, trying to pull things back, but it's labored, and Oman just able to get his aim back into his favor. It's very close, but it's a Tyloo win.
I can't help but feel that should have been around for Wings Up. They're in such a strong position with a player in Heaven. Some absolute shenanigans is trying to come down the ladder to trade, and it's just so slow, and it's, I don't know. Maybe they need to learn to freeze better and just take their time. And there's just nothing the CTs could have done. It's impossible to rotate.
Yeah, coming
that
down
Heaven
that
spot causes so many issues to the inner players.
Coming down that ladder felt like a mistake. If he got the trade on Jamyoung, I guess it makes up for it. But especially once you lose that duel, suddenly the great positions you have just fizzle up. Very strange choice, but I think his teammates almost wanted to link up with him in Heaven. He didn't want to go out solo from that position, find a player and lose it. Maybe that fear holding Wings Up back.
Can't afford too many rounds like that. Tyloo are not going to allow many man advantage situations over to their opponents, and such strong positioning. What have we got here? Very aggressive fighting from Advent, and he has failed. Omen is trying so hard to fight through Mini because he knows Mercury is on an island. Just 1-for-1 for the young star player, and this round is too much to ask. It might be a kill for Kaze, but surely not. Jamyung comes out of heaven. Oh my lord. Auto shoddy doing work. Kaze comes through the smoke. What is happening? How have Tyloo won that round?
Oh, I was just about to call him out as well for the weird start. Kaze buys the XM, drops towards lower, and I don't know what the plan is from there. You know, you've got an XM lower bomb site where you're going to fight from secret. You're going to come up the vents. And before you can even think about any of that, his teammates are dying on the A bomb site. But, I mean, that's a miraculous round for Kaze to have pulled off. Found one through smoke and then just coming out that vent. They just couldn't do anything about it. Fast play in from Wings Up to try and make up for lost time, but they are unfortunately mincemeat. Mercury had that Molotov down, and they tried to run straight through it. Did so much damage, and it was a TK thrown in the mix there for Wings Up, all in the chaos. They tried to pace up, but they probably won't try that one again.
I still can't get over round 2 ago. As if it ends with Kaze coming through a smoke with an auto shotgun.
He was ready for it too, but clearly not ready enough.
What a world. What a world. And Wings Up. The fear for them is they're running out of time here. We need rounds at the end of the day. Yes, there's been some compelling open killing situations, but it might be moral victories if they can't convert. Another man advantage, Child King. Quite getting engaged as yet as he was in earlier maps. So many shots traded as he's going to get aggressive through this garage smoke. He might be unanticipated. Jamyung has no idea. What a play. Another kill for Child King. Does get traded, but he's already done his job. There's players everywhere for Wings Up. And now they just need to coalesce.
Advent has no idea that there's still a player inside of garage, so kind of a big surprise that that wasn't activated sooner. But eventually they deal with Advent. Mercury having to make the reaction, losing outside and losing his teammates, taking over lobby instead. But he's unfortunately unable to track down the one man that's the residual left in charge for Wings Up. Kind of surprised that Kaze even got away from Red. Still alive on 12 HP. Maybe he'll be the difference maker, especially them creeping down towards Secret. If Kaze holds his spot, there's a real fighting chance here for Tyloo. First kill's easy. But will they make the second just as simple? They do not really want to challenge into this gun. Yeah, 20 seconds. They have that bomb towards lower and finally coming through the vents, flying, clearing things out. And that's exactly what they needed. Now they have access. Even with that time low, it's now all about security and creating a perimeter where Mercury just simply has very little options.
Best one feels like just to save. And that looks like it's going to be the case. So, good openings from Child King. He was, I'm going to say confident. Had he died going through that garage smoke, I might use a different word. It was bold.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But it worked. He got the kills. He completely flummoxed Tyloo and their defense. They had no idea. And a very crucial round for Wings Up, just as this was starting to scale out of control, just as it looked like Tyloo were establishing themselves. They win a clean round, they keep players alive. And it's not like Tyloo have bag serve either, so there's still scope to make this a compelling T-side for Wings Up.
Yeah, kind of surprised the way Tyloo approached that round as well, because we saw Oman jump on top of that blue crate previously when they were on pistols, but against a full buy round, seems, again, I'd maybe use bold as the scapegoat term here, but probably ill-advised as well. So good that Wings Up punished that kind of play. Oh, that's not the smoke that's supposed to bloom. It's supposed to waterfall down into
they did that
mini,
earlier
but
as well.
misalign that. Oh. A lot of damage done onto Child King. One of the key propellants for them on overpass. But these players are wounded here on Wings Up, and not a lot traded back. It's not like they've gained deep garage control or any of this presence towards outside. They've been stopped in that position.
Yes, they have Child King lower, but he's on 12 HP. It's just... he can't make the next move. That's the problem. Kaze collects the lobby aggression from Tyloo. Taking the map frag and Wings Up. They've also expelled so much util to get Child King down lower. They desperately need an entry here. Boost on the AWP. Gas is going to peak. It just feels like there's no route into this round. They've got to trade favorably coming out here into ramp, and that's not a good start. Kaze has been dynamic in this round. And you're not getting past Mercury here on ramp. He is executing. Going to be 7 for Tyloo.
Yeah, perfect decisions here from Kaze, taking the space towards ramp, backing off, letting Mercury re-attain that position. They felt like the only out they had was trying to link up with Child King, but yeah, he was a statue because of his health. Yeah, nice reads on what was happening here versus Wings Up. He really got that deep position like you noted. Last couple rounds of the half now, though. And sure, Wings Up were able to breach in, finally get a third, but 3 won't quite cut it versus Tyloo. Feels like you have to round out the half with the remaining 2 if we want to have a real conversation about them performing this upset. Different approach. Mercury just setting up inside of the A site, but they're trying to facilitate a push over towards ramp. 2 players set up. Kaze alongside Jamyoung. They want to get frisky. They want to get in the face of Wings Up as they set up for an execute over at A, but that will leave one less player to actually safeguard that side of the map. A player running through hut and trying to flank them into door, but that's when that push comes in and activates. Kaze cannot trade things back, but that was because the bomb was inside of lobby. Had they attained that, then suddenly this round is completely on, but after all that manic, after all the damage and the chaos, they still commit out towards the A bomb site. There was a real argument to slow things down, but Kaze simply cannot hit the shots. It's a bit all over the place, but the execute works for Wings Up, I guess.
One of those rounds where it's like, if I'm Tyloo and I'm going to get aggressive from radio and there are 2 players there, well, there has to be a weakness somewhere on the map. I'm going to overload. And unfortunately for them, it's just there's not the numbers on A to hold come the site hit proper. So kind of ceded control. There was a chance there though. Kaze was so fast back into heaven that for a second I thought I could just hold on behind the silo. It could be done. What have we got here? Doesn't look like attack pause. We're not here too long. There we go. Player back.
Yeah. Gotta say, good reaction as well from Wings Up. As soon as they realized that they were getting flanked and the bomb didn't make it, you know, even though they didn't route through hut initially, they were very quick to go and retrieve that position. A player ran straight through hut to door, but yeah, not getting caught in the chaos, thinking, we've got the site, where's the bomb?
Quick medic here. Presuming the money fell out of balance. The drop. Should be okay. Hearing from the little birdie in my ear that will be underway soon. That's the good news.
ADR is a bit flummoxed, but it'll pick back up. Yep.
We're good. And now as HUD problems go, when we've got VH and Dangerous playing, I can live with that.
Yep. You have to cut your losses somewhere. Gotta put on a smile.
just in case viewers were not mentioning it enough. Dangerous is Child King. V is Risk. H is Marek. We're in the same boat as you.
Yeah, V for Vendetta. Not the Norwegian talent, but...
I met Vendetta in person for the first time in Serbia. Somehow we haven't actually crossed paths.
Yeah, I've played a matchmaking or two with them.
Do you want to know what we discussed in our first conversation? It was essentially Vendetta ranting about how awful coaching is. And I was like, this guy knows. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, I was going to say, was this before or after you'd already done your coaching? So.
Yeah. There you go.
All in solidarity.
Yeah. Well, I've been a while since Vendetta coach, so he's got some scars, you know. That's for sure. Alrighty, let's get underway. Come on. We got some Counter-Strike.
Yeah, we have another break straight after this round anyway. Of course, something to note for people at home as well. Tyloo playing from LAN. That's not the previous Wings Up player.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Actually at Extremes LAN. Yeah, they are at Extremes LAN. They played a best-of-1 against Mongols prior to this game. A 5 overtime Inferno, which was also just as hectic, by the way, as the Inferno and the Overpass we've witnessed. So Tyloo have not had a smooth sailing day, to say the least. You know, once upon a time, we wouldn't have even had the talk, really, about Wings Up being able to upset or even having the opportunities to do so against teams like Tyloo. Like the old Tyloo, this Tyloo. These are squads that were sort of out of their reach. But I don't know. I've liked what I've seen out of Wings Up. You know, it's not always been the most results. They don't get the results they're looking for out of rounds always, but their heads are in the right place. Their heart's in the right place, I think.
Obviously, when you see it kind of bear out over a longer period, one series isn't enough to draw vast conclusions, but I do still have that kind of fear for Wings Up. Is I don't see how their ceiling is going to change dramatically with this lineup.
Yeah.
And if you're a team in this region, especially if you're Wings Up and you're just on the precipice, always a quality. I mean, they did make Melbourne in 2022, but apart from that, you know, they're losing out to the Lin Visions, the Tyloos, the Mongols of the world for the major spots, for the RMR spots, for the various qualifiers. You know, if you're Wings Up, it's the only goal, it's the only thing to look at, isn't it? Saying we need to make more of these tournaments, and yeah, they could absolutely still win this map. They could still win this series. There's worlds where they win this qualifier. It would be quite a shock, but it's not impossible with some of their players. But I need to see it before I believe it, that this lineup has the metal, has that sort of caliber.
Yeah, best we've seen in terms of player performance has been Child King. He's not having the same out-of-this-world performance. Maybe that's even glamorizing a little too much, but not putting up the same kind of numbers that will allow Wings Up to just get 2-3 rounds attributed to his name. On a map like Nuke, you need a team effort. Child King dispatched of. Quick kill from Advent as well. Mercury's on a 5-7, playing round the side of a smoke, so trying to get extra space on that A play is not looking likely, especially with Advent putting up numbers. 2 kills for him. But AK in no man's land. Wow, the spam from Gas right on the money. Mercury thought he was being sneaky with his play, but Kaze's apparently got his weapon of choice, the XM, for another kill. So it's Gas in a clutch.
And the bomb's down vent, I think. Pretty sure.
Yeah, you're right.
And Kaze just sat on it with the auto shotgun. There might look like a lot of time left, but to actually loop all the way around if you went secret or ramp back into vent, I'm not sure the time is here for Gas. Can't collect on the first anyway. 8-4 then for Tyloo in prime position now, heading into the second half. Tyloo just looking better and better and better. They are spooling up, and here on Nuke, it's got to be said, barely a foot wrong. Double the score of their opponents, 5 away from a spot against Mongols to play for a spot in the grand finals later on today. I guess the only question is, what have Wings Up got left? Can they avert this course of action?
Done some good work on some of these pistol rounds previously, and doing a lot of damage to Advent. In fact, some of that was helped by gravity, but Gas, unfortunately, cannot keep himself alive, so outside vulnerable, and Mercury, oh my goodness. This man has been on a heater all series long and almost a third. A little bit awkward there for Marek, but into a 2-on-3 where lower is fully accessed by Tyloo, so they can get that bomb planted on B, no problems. Now, they do have a kit on Marek.
Just doesn't
Smoke
feel
as
on this
well.
retake. They're so far out.
Yeah, they are miles off.
But I don't think you got to go for it. There is a smoke. So I guess could go on the bomb. Shame the kit's on the low HP player. And Kaze. Ooh, can't find a frag. Jamyang is there, and Mr. Child King does have the kit, does have a smoke, but no time. 9 for Tyloo. This is looking better and better and better.
Yeah, the real difficulty there is, yeah, maybe resources, you know, low HP player, but having to clear out all those angles on B is just so tiresome. Takes a lot of time, and them being so far away does not help. It's a pain. The one that Wings Up, I'm sure we'll be familiar with from previous efforts against this squad. Many a heartbreaks. Not make it make it through these qualifiers. But this one is only the upper bracket, so there is still a lowers that awaits should they concede here. They pulled off rounds like this though so far this series, so I'm really not counting my chickens just yet. They've often had stacks when that happens, and right now there is no considerable stack towards the lower side where Tyloo are in heavy presence of. Oh, well, that took a little bit there for Advent, but he gets there.
Not much going. If your Wings Up, 10 for Tyloo. 3 to go. Even this first buy round won't be perfect for Wings Up. Probably not quite all the bells and whistles when it comes to the util. Hopefully they get a kit on somebody. That would be well advised. Yes, they do. You risk for that one.
Not to be confused with, you know, another Chinese player named somebody, of course.
He's still
Previously
going, isn't he?
Tyloo
He's
man.
still playing.
Yeah. Not Tyloo anymore, but...
He's on the rare atom. I lose track.
Yep, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of do too.
Either way, here and now. Well, if there's a road to recovery here from Wings Up, I think it goes without saying that this has got to be the start. We need a good round, a clean one even. Numbers alive, money banked up. There's a lot of boxes to be ticked. If we're going to get back into this game, I guess that's a good start. From Child King, and need to play off this advantage. He just gets aggressive again, man. Not sure that was needed.
His teammates had the side as well, so it's not like he had to continue fighting forward. But damage has been done. Tyloo 2 versus 4 from here, and Child King did get a lot of damage onto Kaze on his exit. Strong angle taken by Gas, just creeping in as Oman tried to sneak his way out, and bomb dropped at the feet of Gas. And there is no health to trade. Kaze would have to absolutely decimate his next opponent, and he just simply can't. No head armor on a lot of those Wings Up players, but they are faster on the draw. Wings Up said I had to start there, then and now, or then and then. Don't know where I was going with that. Clearly don't know my past participles, but they get the round. That's the important part.
It's been a long series. There'll be a break soon. Maybe. Unless Tyloo decide overtime again.
Or Wings Up decide overtime.
Here we go. Out of default. Mercury as ever, the point man. Taking space. There's no orb to contend with, so... can be fairly loose. peeking. Taking Jules. They're just going to swing out. There's no nades here to cross, and they're getting players down. This might be a big surprise for Wings Up. 3 players down. The bomb is in secret, and nobody as of yet is making a move to rotate to that lower site.
Such a contrast. You know, you think about Wings Up when they were taking outside control. There are players fighting dry, no smokes, willing to take those duels. Not a single step, not a peep out of Tyloo on their efforts towards lower. Flying does insert himself towards this bomb site because there is that possibility, but he has no help. No one that can dive quick and towards those vents, nothing that can alleviate the strain, no ramp presence. So Flying has to come up with 1 or 2 kills here, at least keep them guessing. Advent dealt with, and Mercury trying to trade, swinging out from door, but there was no supporting effort. So into this 3-on-3 where they have lost the first players that were supposed to breach into the bomb site. Kaze trying his best to get some space, but there's risk with a critical frag.
It's falling apart. That should have been a near certain round for Tyloo. And now with the bomb in the open, Jamyon can't even help his teammate. There's 10 seconds. This round is over, man.
Yeah, they're saving. It looked so good. All they had to do was trade Flying or recognize the gap that was open, but a player committed towards the lower side like that.
Looking ramp. I mean, is his teammate not telling him? Or just chaos in the communication?
I think it's as well. You know, if Advent's gonna take that fight, nobody near him, nobody swinging out from double doors. You know, it didn't seem like there was a lot of forethought about what could go wrong in that circumstance. It's a little hairy there for Allman as well, down to 1 HP, but Jamyo's got his kill. Down towards hell he'll go.
What is going on here? Jamyoung's already so far advanced. Living up to his name right now. What is happening? Collateral. No. Surely gets traded as Allman's in behind. Leaves us in a 4v3. Jamyoung is in hell. Child King comes up and picks off the low HP players. Jamyoung is still so far advanced. But they seem to be aware that something could be afoot. I mean, this player here, the in-game leader, is looking everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, they knew he was here, like, what, 20 seconds ago? But, what, has he bypassed you somehow? Has he gone ramp? They've fought and looked for outside for so long that, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they let their guard down, but Marek was still head on a swivel.
This is game on.
Yeah. And that's 2 rounds where it felt like Tyloo actually had some really solid spots, man advantage, and it slipped straight through.
I will criticize Tyloo for not pausing very well in this series. They do need to put the brakes on sometimes and just have a breath and just talk through these rounds. They're letting this slip. This one's a full eco. It's going to be 8 for Wings Up. They can, especially if Wings Up gets some money in the bank. Bodes so well for them. Do lose the first player here. Make that 2. Guns can be recovered. Perhaps scope here. What is happening? Why is Risk jumping down? Wow. Okay, Wings Up. I guess we'll let you off after the last couple rounds, but that was... Let's use the word bold again.
Yeah, I don't know how Risk has gotten away with these rounds back-to-back. You know, jumping out from heaven, walking through a smoke with an AWP to get a collateral. Like, these are rounds that don't feel like... I would never advise anyone to do what he is doing.
I still enjoy
the results. No, I mean,
want more of it.
I'm not saying I don't enjoy it. It's just astounding.
We just can't recommend it to the boys and girls at home, but if you were to do it, you might have a lot of fun. We just can't promise results.
Yeah, no result guarantee.
Okay.
Okay.
They knew that was coming. They've seen
Good
that before.
adaptation. It's happened too many times already, and now just letting their guard down towards main. There are counter kills though. Mercury gets that trade, and Kaze's found his. So they have some space. Kaze dropping the bomb behind him, trying to take some room over towards B, but Childking is pretty quick to get himself inserted into the B bomb site. All about how much room he can actually get access to, and sliding himself into dark isn't the worst position, but this isn't the end goal here for Tyloo. They're starting to creep their way back up those vents towards A because Ullman's already out. Oh, they befuddled them. They hoodwinked them.
Here we go.
Sometimes
In through main.
Ooh.
And now with that kill from Kaze. Maybe pull the ripcord. I don't think this is on anymore. Risk doesn't look up for this to me. Nobody's presenting to flying. Wow. What a brawl was this round from Tyloo. They're just going outer and fighting in some of these rounds now.
It did seem like the reason they keep just trying to jump out towards hell is that would be, I imagine, the gap for Wings Up. It was a gap for Wings Up. But now that they've made that adaptation, you know, I wonder whether Tyloo changed their approach towards outside, maybe take it a little bit more traditionally, or maybe even, you know, the fact that they've threatened that so many times over now, Wings Up have to basically commit more resources than they would otherwise be used to. You know, I imagine Risk wants to take a deeper line with that AWP, maybe hunt for an opening kill, but if they're going to come to him, you know, it's a bit more of a static playstyle than I think Risk is more attuned to. But that's the way to punish, you know, if Tyloo are going to put so much emphasis on getting Jamyoung out there.
Scary part is, though, that Tyloo still won the round.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, we're Wings Up, we're trying to predict what's going to happen, which is always the case on CT and Counter-Strike. But fundamentally, Kaze was too strong. Kaze's having a great map, and definitely was someone we've put a few eyeballs on during this series. Not to say he's been bad, but in the absence of Mazea, we are looking at this team and questioning again who are the stars, who should be the focal point.
Yeah,
and he's
the third star. The third star is the key point, you know. Mercury, Jamyoung, I think I've already made a solid case. Must win. So the best buy that Wings Up will be able to muster. And even then they've had to make a compromise down to an SMG on one. Smoke fades on Child King, and that's one of the rifles dispatched of. They do already have Risk on lower, so Mercury, the first casualty, and a nade that will slow their approach. They cannot chase into it. Meanwhile, Gas as well, clearing out a little bit more of a path. Getting a clear idea of where Tyloo are headed, but there are two men down on this lower side. Do Tyloo still commit? They've actually ran themselves back up secret. Jamyoung dealt with, but they line up for Marek, and the spray looks simple. A must win, and sure enough, Wings Up convert.
They're just staying alive. Just staying alive.
I don't know if this is, you know, the way that the observing is, but these rounds just feel like there's just things happening constantly.
Yeah, there was a lot there.
There's not a moment to sort of think about how you restructure the round or how you change it. There is, almost feels like there's a fight happening at all points in the round.
There was an absolute refusal there for Jano to slow down. He just kept pushing. At the same time, his teammates trying to get up secret and they're fighting a player in heaven. It is madness. I'm not surprised their communication's all over the place because the sheer amount of information going into that system is off the charts. Here comes an inner pop. Trades flowing the way of Tyloo. Oh, that is perfect. 3 for Orman. It's going to be 12 for Tyloo. And Flying Brother, you need to save. You need these guns in the following round. There's not a lot of cash here to speak of. It hurts. We've got to get out of here. And Tyloo, they just changed the pace, and it works perfectly.
Yeah, they even lost Advent at the start of this hit, but they didn't lose a soul afterwards. I think Risk might have got caught on his scroll wheel. seemed like he was cycling through his equipment. Maybe having scroll wheel bound to, you know, equipment, not jump. But hits him all the same. Might have been set up for a second kill. Could have helped alleviate the strain on the rotates, but who knows? A lot of ifs and buts. And that don't cut it. Tyloo a 3-round gap to try and close in our third map. I really did think Wings Up, probably the weakest team. If I had to put my money on it, weakest team coming into this event, but them stretching Tyloo like this makes this qualifier a whole lot more interesting. Little brawl towards outside. That's where all the action has been pretty much all half long. But so many smokes down. And this time Child King not getting caught by that smoke dispersing at his feet. But, oh,
too many times, man. He's died so many times here on Outer, and, you know, young player feels like it should be the star. Is he forcing the issue too much? They're running out of leeway here. 3 kills to go for Tyloo to book their spot in the upper bracket final. Bomb is lower. 2 players are down for Wings Up, but they have a lurking presence in Orman. Where's he going to go? Looks like towards Hut. It's 49 seconds. There's plenty of time to play with. Tyloo don't have to commit lower if they get that information. And Advent's going to go down 1 for Orman. They could go back up into upper. That's a kill. Bomb is dropped in the open. 1 for Mercury. 32 seconds remaining. They have to coalesce here towards the bomb. Risk has an AK, but up against 2 men. If they play together, Molly could isolate. They have to wait this out. 17 seconds remaining. And Risk here has got to isolate Jules. Gets the first, but can't get it done. 13 for Tyloo. A good recovery in the end. And that was a pretty marathon series. They've played a lot of Counter-Strike today, and this is only the start.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that round, I was just scared. I was like, how on earth are we going to try and paint a narrative that they're going to try and pull around back with a Nova of all things? Like that. This game was scrappy. It was all over the place. There was a lot of chaos. And Tyloo, in quite a few games that you'll watch of them, especially compete against Asian opposition, sometimes feel like shielded from that type of gameplay. They were in the doldrum. Like they were down in the mud with Wings Up, brawling their way out. So, I mean, honestly, considering where I had Wings Up coming into this qualifier, honestly, a good look for them to have forced Tyloo into that discomfort. But a lot of rounds that they probably should have converted alongside some of the wild successes they had too.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right, Alino. A lot of top-end, especially European Counter-Strike at the big events, it's like fencing, you know. Everyone have their set moves. It's very organized. This was a bar fight. This was great. This was smash bottles. This was chairs over the heads. I had no idea what was going on a lot of this series, but all in all, very exciting stuff. Let's just give everybody at home a bit of an update of where we actually are in the qualifier. So in the concurrent game, the other opening game, that was Mongols Huns. Mongols are in the upper bracket game now. They're going to play Tyloo for a game, for a spot in the final to play for that spot overall in Chengdu. Loser, of course, of this one, that's Wings Up. They're going to play the Huns today for elimination. So we won't be on that game. We'll be in the upper bracket game. But either way, I think that lower bracket game still has some scope to be competitive. Of course, get both your monitors going. You don't need to be watching, you know, Vitality non-team on at the moment. But I think for both of these games, some very compelling storylines to be played out later on.
Yeah, no, a lot of really solid teams within this Chengdu qualifier. So, yeah, kind of... I'm interested to see how that lower bracket final kind of shapes out, because Tyloo Mongols feels like we have that one happen every other month or so.
Does happen, especially in a scene as condensed as this. But yes, either way, we believe the live time will be 2:30 Central Europe, 1:30 for us here in the UK. That'll be just about, let's say, 40 minutes until game live. We'll be on about half an hour, 25 minutes. So yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon for the really exciting upper bracket game. That'll be the Mongols versus Tyloo. We'll see you then.
Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Zweifel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Fade Wohnzimmer dealen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free.
Welcome back then to the IEM Chengdu 2024 Asia Closed Qualifier. We had a lot of fun earlier on with Tyloo up against Wings Up. This is going to be the upper bracket final. Winner gets a spot in tomorrow's grand final and a chance to make it all the way to Chengdu. And it's got to be said, when you look on paper, when you look at this tournament, these are the best two teams, surely, and this could be an absolute banger.
Yeah, this is the new El Clasico of Asia Counter-Strike. The Mongols and previously Rare Adam, now Tyloo, have always been fending and fighting for the top spots to make it to international competitions, to make it out of their RMRs, respectively. Like, this is a battle that has been going on for the past couple of years, and the Mongols have had the better end of the stick.
Let's take a quick look at that bracket and see how we ended up here. As said earlier on the A stream, we had Tyloo up against Wings Up. The concurrent game was the Huns versus the Mongols, and funnily enough, a lot of the Huns players were on the Mongols. Maybe even the naming of the team is a play on words there too. But, you know, we're not covering the Huns Wings Up, but I feel like that's a much more compelling game than maybe it looks at first thought.
Yeah, kind of the which team becomes the third best in this qualifier, I guess, is kind of up for grabs. You know, it should be a very easy argument for the Mongols and Tyloo, but Tyloo looked shaky in that Wings Up game, and I think there were real ways that Wings Up could have ended up winning that game and forcing an upset within that upper bracket. So yeah, some interesting players across the Huns and Wings Up. Like you said, some previous history with the Mongols on the other side of it. I do like that we started with both matches being derbies, basically, because we had sort of the underdog from their endemic region fighting off against each other, and now we get the two top dogs in the upper bracket while they're still sort of fending for their lives in this qualifier in the lowers.
And it's also easy here to look at the Tyloo beating Wings Up, like, oh, maybe they played a decent game and just made it through, they're okay. Us watching it, we know that Tyloo had a few problems. I still have concerns going up against a team of the Mongols' caliber, whether they're going to exploit more holes or some of the rounds Tyloo were winning might not quite make it through. So that's my kind of thought process going into this one. Is I think if Tyloo play the same level as they did in that first game, I think they're going to lose. I think they need to clean up their act a little bit. And I mean, both of these teams, frankly, have played a lot of CS already today, given they're playing a concurrent LAN alongside this. So yeah. I don't know. It could be a very scrappy affair.
In a weird way, we're going to have the most equal ping we could possibly have out of two teams playing on sort of online qualifiers. I don't know how they're going to finagle that, to be quite honest, but there should be no significant advantages for either of them, which can be a real conversation to have in the Asia region. Sometimes you're just too far away from your opponent that, you know, someone's going to have a little bit of a better server. But that shouldn't really be a port of conversation, really, for these two teams, because they've played off against each other so many times. Blitz, I always feel like, has to almost out-masterminds and outthinks Advent, who, you know, Advent within the Asia scene has always gotten the better over teams by just basically thinking 2 steps ahead of everybody else. But Blitz has basically been cut from a different cloth. He basically built the entirety of this Mongols team, and every so often just decides to shake his roster up, and they're still a powerhouse within the Asia region. So, I mean, hats off to the coaching staff for the Mongols, but I think Blitz is probably a big part of that. You know, I think he's a grandmaster or something in chess as well, so certainly helps.
Certainly bodes well. Yeah, let's talk through this Mongols lineup, because I think for a lot of people that got accustomed to seeing them in the majors in 2022, and of course a great result last year at IEM Katowice, this is a very different team. There's a lot of roster moves, made a lot of changes. Blitz cooling, we've still got Techno, but outside of that, a lot of moves. So for those that haven't watched the Mongols so much since the original better-known lineup, the better-known 5-man team, who of these new kids on the block should we be really focusing in on?
Yeah, Mazinho, younger brother to previously Bartak on this roster, came in and is actually like a very, honestly, quite a dynamic rifler for someone that is so young. You know, typically you think about young players, especially now we're having a lot of conversations about Donk, but, you know, looked at as being more aggressive, a little bit unhinged, unchained. Doesn't seem to be the case with this Mazinho guy, very explosive rifler. And they explored with Hastika at one point, like an older guy from the Mongolian scene, but they've now settled in on 910, who is more of a budding sort of star player level AWPer on... I'm trying to think of the previous teams. They're so sort of incestuous between rosters. But I think it was Clutch Gaming that he was playing on before, that he seemed to do honestly great work, and he's actually pulled off some great rounds with this team already. I think at Cologne, when they sort of debuted with him, both him and Mazinho both held their weight, but kind of disappear in the stronger games. But that's kind of to be expected with newer roster moves or newer acquisitions. So very explosive players, both these guys they've picked up.
Yeah, so this has kind of been a lineup for a while now. It just looks so different from, say, 2022, but it's been since August. It's a good amount of time. They played all of CS2 with this team, so in terms of their life cycle, in terms of growing into having this core of players now, they should now be reaching their maximum. They should now be peaking. This should be final form, and of course, as we approach the major cycle, that's going to become the talking point. But in the here and now, if the Mongols can make it to another big international LAN, they've had results with some of these players before. I don't want to say it's... maybe that is fair, actually, to say it's almost an expectation now that the Mongols is playing in international competitions. Even if they make it, we're maybe not expecting, playoffs every time, but they're definitely a dark horse. They're always an upset team. So is that how we look at this qualifier for the Mongols? Is it... would it be do they need to make it? Is it a bad look if they don't make it?
I think it is a bad look if they don't make it. The main conversation has been Mongols plus Australian teams making it out of RMRs. If we have 2 Chinese make it to Chengdu, obviously happy for the Chinese fans because they'll have 2 teams to root for. But the Mongols have been at the top of the scene and put themselves in those positions more frequently than any of the other teams in the region. Lin Vision is a very new revelation from the region after they changed their in-game leader. And this Tyloo team has had problems, I think, with mentality for quite a long time, but the Mongols have never strayed. I almost feel like the higher pressure games are actually in their wheelhouse more so than any other team from smaller regions. Like South American teams seem to crumble sometimes under pressure. I don't think the Mongols crumble under pressure. Sometimes I think maybe their players overstep, but I'd rather have strong performances from players at these big tournaments and more risk-taking from players than just turtling up and doing nothing. So, in a weird way, yes, Mongols are expected to do it, and I actually think they have good pieces to do it now with. The previous players they replaced were very high variance, would sometimes take over games, sure, but you lack a little bit of stability as a result of that, and now I feel like they've got a more stable 5.
Yeah, let's just mention quickly that there was a Chinese-specific qualifier for Chengdu. That was, I want to say, sort of November, December last year, much more in advance than we're used to. So that's why we're saying there's potential for 2 Chinese teams. Lin Vision is already qualified. That's why they're also not in this qualifier. So, well, I guess if you're a Chinese fan, you're looking at Tyloo and saying, we can get 2 teams in. That is great representation for what, the Cologne and Katowice have more slots. There's no play-ins in a Chengdu level IEM, so there's not as many teams, only 16. They can have 2 teams in there. That's a very good turnout, and that'd be massive for Chinese Counter-Strike.
No, I think so as well. I mean, it's a little bit of a shame because I think what they had at CAC, they had 3 teams and none of them really did anything. So maybe more representation doesn't always lead to more chances. But yeah, you'd like to think that these teams have done enough development within the region and are getting enough chances now to face top level competition that we will see sort of more natural growth, especially amongst the 15, 20 players that we're seeing out of this region compete at that kind of level now.
I mean, ever since Go went free to play, we've been looking at China and the Asia region overall and saying, when is it really going to pick up? And I think it is spooling up, but we haven't quite reached the event horizon, the critical mass for this all to tip over and it's go crazy. But there's some great players on these teams, and the more repetitions we get of getting them into top events, the more good results they have, the more seriously people are going to take them. I mean, and that's what we need.
The big conversation was about this seemingly limitless bracket that was happening for the open qualifiers for the RMRs in China. They had thousands of teams take part, and we're kind of shielded from the numbers of how many Chinese players there are actually playing Counter-Strike 2 because we look at the Steam chart numbers, which is only for everywhere else.
Yeah.
Perfect World have their own thing going on, and they've got their own player base, and it's quite a lot of people, it seems. So,
it's just a question of how long, I guess, it takes them to play into being a professional level players, but it's a good place to be right now. Yeah. We do have the veto. Now, it's worth mentioning these teams did play earlier. on LAN. That was the best of one. That was Inferno. Spoiler alert, there's going to be no Inferno in this veto. But run us through this one. It's going to be Overpass picked by Tyloo, Mirage by Mongols, and Nuke as the decider. Any big surprises here, or status quo?
I think this is about where you would expect it. You know, I think the Mongols have really the choice between Mirage and Anubis. I think nobody wanted to play Inferno after that, but in terms of picks for Tyloo, it's kind of what you expect. Like, if they don't pick Nuke, they pick Overpass, and very rarely do they stray from either of those two maps. So this is what you expect from a Tyloo Mongols matchup, I think.
Yeah, it's a shame the Mongols lose Ancient here, isn't it? But that's just the permaban, so unavoidable. So where are we leaning? I don't know. I really wasn't impressed by Tyloo earlier.
Me either.
And the thing about them is, I know they made a roster move, but it's not like Allman's never played with these guys before. They have played quite a lot of games together now as a 5. And I just, from seeing them now over a few years, I just know they can play better Counter-Strike than that. I've seen it. I've seen it on big events against, frankly, better opposition, playing better Counter-Strike than that. So I know they've got it in them to win this game. I think Mercury and Jaming might be better players than anybody on the Mongols, I'll be honest. But I don't know. After today's performance, I'm going to lean the way of Mongols, and I need Tyloo to prove to me that they've got it in them to play, you know, to their upper ceiling.
Yeah, I'd love to make an argument for Tyloo, but it feels... I almost feel like we see the same mistakes sort of so periodically, or so... it just happens so frequently with this roster that it's kind of hard to make a case for them versus the Mongols. You know, I think maybe the shining light here is that this isn't the qualifying game. You know, I feel like if we're talking about this matchup in the qualifying, you know, grand final of this qualifier, then maybe there's a... Honestly, I think it leans even more in favor of the Mongols in that capacity, because I feel like they just don't crumble under pressure. So for Tyloo, I feel like they just gotta have a bit of a chip on their shoulder. You know, they lost that best of one, 60-odd rounds almost on Inferno against the Mongols. Like, I want them to come in with some fire into this game, because sometimes it just feels like the players are so running through the motions and they're staying so contained inside the system that there is very little sort of variance that teams have to sort of really prepare for. So yeah,
let's talk Tyloo and their kind of trajectory. So they get picked up to this organization, famously the rival org actually to the one they were always competing under. They don't have a great result in Jönköping. They fall out. I think it was probably last place. Immediately then after, Mosaic is out, one of their better players on paper. Allman's back, and it just to me, like, what is the expectation now for Tyloo? Do they have to make the majors? Is the RMRs not good enough for them? Do they need to be making these tournaments? What does it look like? What are they hoping to get out of this?
There's a couple theories. I mean, one of the theories is that Allman is just more experienced and has played with Advent, so he'll listen to his in-game leader. Like, you don't have to worry about bringing in a new guy and him not really understanding the status quo. That is one element to it, but it also could be that somebody is taking over in-game leading responsibilities from Advent to a certain capacity. You know, there's been a lot of talk about Advent maybe moving to coaching positions or analysts or something more back-end on the staff, because he's not the highest fragger, and bring in someone you trust from an older version, you know, or someone that's probably transitioned a bit into an in-game leader himself because of his age and his tenure within the scene. Yeah, there's maybe there's a transition period that Tyloo are going through, but I don't know how much weight I put into any of those, really, because, you know, we think about the end of the year. Shanghai is a very important event for all the Chinese teams, you imagine, but getting off to a good start in CS2, this is the best chance that any sort of aspiring pro could have to set a precedent. You know, these early events are where you can really shock people in terms of your overall skill level and who's going to copy who ahead of the majors, because we always see these meta cycles shift from major to major because everyone copies the best team at the time. There is nothing like that currently.
Also, contrast these two teams and their organizations it's worth also saying, for those that don't watch so much of the Asian Counter-Strike, is for both Mongolia and China, the number of teams, the number of, let's call them semi-professional players that they could choose from is ridiculous. It is so far beyond everywhere, minus perhaps Russia, Denmark, these sort of countries, maybe some of the other Nordics, is so far beyond a lot of these other countries for the choices of players. And the Mongols have consistently gone down and found new players, have turnover of players, bring in new people, bring in people that haven't got the experience and grown them into these roles. Tyloo haven't tried to do that. Tyloo have said, we're going to stick with our core. We're not going to take big risks. Even the move they have made wasn't essentially, they knew their floor was going to be fine, but maybe at a jeopardy to their ceiling not being as high. It's very interesting, the two routes these teams have taken, and I guess the proof will be in the pudding here in this qualifier in Chengdu itself and the RMRs of who's actually made the right decision.
Yeah. I think the weird thing as well is that Tyloo haven't been opposed to that previously, when they were still under Rare Adam. First off, Jam Young was very much a discovery by Advent, and then you have Mercury Mosaic found in very much the same way through pugging platforms and actually looking for that new talent to come in. So yeah, it's actually quite interesting that point, because in a weird way they've strayed from that philosophy. Maybe they went too far by bringing in all these inexperienced players and having to bring them up to speed, because it took a while before Mercury and Mosaic really slotted in to this Tyloo roster and sort of found their own identity. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's something the thing is with speculation is that we don't know if this is, Mosaic wanting to take a step away himself for whatever reason. These are young guys that are experiencing highly competitive play, lot of expectations. Tyloo as an organization have the expectation that they will make it into stickers, because Tyloo have not made it into stickers for several majors concurrently now. Those spots being taken over by the Mongols, those spots being taken over by Greyhound. They want to make it into the out of the RMR circuit so they can get into the main major circuit, because that's what made Tyloo so famous in the first place.
Also have their teams going back to 1.6. They are, at least in terms of the Asian region, even throw in maybe the Australian teams, probably the most tenured org there is out of any of them. So certainly want to be up there punching with the big boys. We believe the game should be underway reasonably soon. Earlier on we had a couple delays, not big ones. They were sub 5 minutes, but hopefully that means we at least won't be here too long. Yeah. Who are the bigger? I mean, we know some of the bigger names, of course. Mercury. On the flip side, Senzu's been good recently. Blitz himself is normally a pretty good individual. Any other names you're feeling going into this series?
I mean, when I think about the head-to-heads, I feel like everybody either goes blow for blow or outclasses on the Mongols. The Blitz going 1-for-1 for Advent, he's double his sort of represent. Blitz frags hard. Get this guy a Deagle, get this guy an AK, he'll have explosive rounds. And when I think about what 9-10 can offer, I feel like he's just more dynamic. I think the main issue I have with Tyloo is their philosophy coming into these games. They always play this slow style. We actually saw a very different looking Tyloo versus Wings Up on Nuke, which I think was honestly quite a shock to my system. But in general, I feel as though this team just has so many different looks, and I'd mainly put importance on their newest acquisition. Senzu's a young guy, came in as a crazy sort of up-and-coming AWPer from the Mongolian region, switched to rifling after he joined NKT, and he's sticking as a rifle, but is someone that can be a secondary AWP option for this squad should they want someone to be a bit more aggressive or a bit more unhinged than what 9-10 is offering, because 9-10 does play things quite by the book by comparison. So I want to see Senzu perform, because he's a guy that's shrouded in a bit of controversy as well. For the Mongols to have picked up this guy who has a little bit of an aura around him, chatter about him being a prodigy, chatter about him, maybe doing things he shouldn't. For now, I want this guy to succeed, because in a lot of ways, that's all washed away with good performances. If you're seen as a top level player, things do seem to just be forgotten about. They can forgive and forget, perhaps, if he's good enough.
If he earns them some sticker money, suddenly the slate is clean. But it's part and parcel of a scene it's still growing. It's kind of a reality of a scene like this that isn't quite got the legs under them to fully support players throughout their growth and all that jazz. I think.
Sorry, just to jump in.
go.
It's just kind of surprising that we even see Mongolia as like this powerhouse of Asia Counter-Strike. Like that happening in the first place is crazy, considering I've traveled out to Mongolia. It's not exactly like budding with crazy amounts of like modernity and new infrastructure and all this stuff. They have to deal with dropouts in internet and crazy like weird routing that they have to deal with. For them to have come up to this level in the way that they did, especially when the Asia market was kind of saturated, Chinese teams took over everything. Now for Mongolia to be seen, like, this is the most international representation I've seen outside of like the Olympics for the Mongolian circuit anywhere. Like, I don't know that there's top level Mongolian players competing in many other esports games aside from Counter-Strike. So
I'm just having a look. Actually, this is their peak ranking. They had they were 19th for like a week, just in August of 2023, but which I guess would have been off. Maybe they played a Cologne or something around then, and that would have peaked their ranking. But they're in great form. To be top 20 is no joke, especially with blast circuits opening up. We'll see if they hold on to that sort of ranking. But when you're up against partner teams, top European opposition, teams with much bigger budgets, better players, to be honest, to choose from just by virtue of having more established scenes, there are a lot of reasons why a Mongolian team shouldn't be ranked 20th in the world. And they're doing it. Yeah. It's massive plaudits, and I guess also for Blitz in terms of bringing these players together, taking the helm. This guy's a hero.
Yeah, an absolute stud. And listen, if you can go to a pro league, beat EG, and just think it was only EG, you've made it much further than some of these scenes that are struggling to perform on that kind of a stage. So, the Mongols always have a bit of a bad boy influence almost, but they cool, calm, collected when it's in the server.
I believe, though, we are a little bit behind. I think we should take a quick break.
Ooh.
No, we're not. No.
Cancel it.
No, cancel it. We're not breaking this time and then going straight back in. We're going to hold this out. We're going in game soon. Here we go. Don't listen to me.
A lot of waffle. It's all right. We had a bit of a chat, but we're talking roundabouts. First map in the series, Mongols versus Tyloo in our upper bracket final. See which of these teams comes ahead in what has become the classic game of Asia Counter-Strike. And it's all nationally representative. Bar Kaze, he's now an honorary Chinese man.
Here we go. Monster pop. Flashes over. And we're through. Sensu does get one. Immediately traded. Techno unsighted. In towards barrels. Ooh. 2 sexy frags. But it's still an advantage for Tyloo. Bomb is going down. Kaze's well positioned, and it's going to be really hard, I think, for 9-10 to isolate these duels. The back player can just take contact. Orman can swing. There you go. Look at that. Perfect double peek. Great team play and pistol round for Tyloo.
Yeah, the pistol that we saw them trying to build together up against Wings Up, this time actually able to get that execute moving, and you see the fruits of their labor. Breach in, nice kills, and like you said in that post plant, just kind of flawless positioning to deal with 9-10 on his approach. So nice jump start to the engine here for Tyloo. We actually saw some good work out of them on Overpass against Wings Up. As the map played out, it felt like they really warmed into it. So that may work to their benefit here against the Mongols. They're confident enough to pick it.
Very heavy eco here. January getting super aggressive. The site taken. There's still a few players off on short for Mongols, but we're not expecting too much. What's that on the ground? I think it's just an SMG, so not the biggest loss. And set for a nice start here for Tyloo.
Well, Techno waited for 9-10 to get in front of him so he could sort of bait for the SMG, but 9-10 swung so wide to take a lick of damage instead Techno did. But that SMG is not going to find anything. Would have liked the extra kill reward that comes with it. $600 in the pocket, a gun out of the Tyloo hands. It wouldn't be anything to scoff at, but no cigar. Tyloo breezed their way through a second round. Now the Mongols in with a bye. I did say a lot about Tyloo and their efforts to take short water, but I'm liking the added pace that they've come into this game with already. Got that execute out and pistol much faster than we saw against Wings Up. Dealing with the anti-eco pretty swimmingly as well. I want to see that out of them. I want to see some flair. You know, I'm fine if you play slow, but give me something sometimes.
Was Blitz always calling for the older lineups? Because my memory's going.
I believe so. I don't think he's ever really not called.
Is Blitz the best Asian Pacific, including Australia, in-game leader of the last 3 years?
In terms of like what he's done with the roster, yeah, there's a good argument to be made. Yes, yeah, I'll say yes.
Take that, Dexter.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know, that guy's got a lot of tenure. You know, he did
compete
it
at a
earlier.
higher level, to be fair.
Exactly.
But sometimes with in-game leaders, you also have to say, what are your pieces? I mean, some of the players Dexter's worked with are bona fide world-class players.
Yeah.
There's definitely a case for this man, Mr. Blitz.
Did he help him build that, you know? Or were they already there? You know what I mean? I feel as though, you know...
I think they were already there, is the truth.
Yeah.
Certainly when he went into Mouse, I mean, that was a fully functional team. The Fnatic project didn't really work, let's be honest. Not to say it's Dexter's fault, but on the flip side, you've got Blitz who brought up, you know, players that had no business being in a major, players that had no business knocking teams out of an IEM Katowice. And he's picked up new players, he's grown them into their roles. And he makes Chengdu and has another good result on LAN. I mean, what more do you want?
Yeah. From a region with, quite honestly, minimal resources. Doesn't have the same Counter-Strike history as something like South America, for example, where when they re-emerged in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, there were older pieces from previous eras that were coming back into it and finally finding success, you know? It's very different coming from a region that basically starts from scratch and is able to find that level of success. So yeah, no, there's a lot to credit Blitz for sure.
He's also just like one of the best players on the team at all times. It was just him and Score with the older lineups, and now I guess it's him and Senzu and maybe 910 if he's having a good game. So to maintain that level of individual performance whilst presumably doing a lot of the legwork of running the team, he's pretty good going, and it's actually quite a contrast with, you know, I don't want to, you know, talk down Advent, but Advent's had incredibly good players, and maybe Tyloo hasn't quite lived up to their expectations, and maybe Advent doesn't have all the best spots, but he's not going to take over a game like Blitz. These are very different pieces for their teams.
Yeah, I think as well, you know, it's maybe not just only in-game leader. Like, Mara is someone that's been coaching for, well, like, almost 8-9 years now, and is always at the back of Blitz for most of their time together has been great in terms of building. And Mara was actually, like, one of the first, I think he was in-game leading in the time where they almost made a major in, like, 2015. You know, he, like, had chances to get out there, and they were still called the Mongols at the time. With funnily enough, I'm looking at it now, Sogu, who is a player that's on the Huns currently. So, you know, this is many, many years ago, but Mara's got some history, and he's someone that is, like, I think helped a lot facilitate and bring in these younger guys. So,
yeah,
shout out both of them, basically.
Also had all the org shenanigans, or the IHC project falls apart, and they have to move around and playing teamless for a while, and I'm not actually totally sure what the Mongol situation is. It's one of those, a bit like a Greyhound, isn't it, where it's kind of kind of their own entity somewhat. I think it's got like a sole investor
or something, you know.
Okay, right, okay. But certainly we're not talking, you know, established backing, I think is a fair enough way to put it.
Yeah, I don't know how much if it's maybe even player-owned, or, you know, if they're just, you know, kind of like a Bad News Eagles, you know, just making their own mark and getting all that sticker money for themselves, so...
Okay. We're back in. It is a gun round.
Tyloo been playing with some pace and actually getting a first kill very quickly into this round. Straight through mid, catches 9-10 divider. And suddenly the map really opens up. Techno has to take a bit of a risk. He can't escape through connector. And Oman already kind of nestled in the corner, but can't find the frag.
Yeah, if he knew nobody was monster, he'd be less aggressive fighting this. Just backing out now, but a tad too late. Tyloo have a man advantage, but they're bottled in. Zinio's pushed through. Sensu's playing in and around this smoke. And look at them, they're just stuck in this short pipe. Another smoke goes down. Of course, we have the luxury of the X-ray, the overview. We know that going back to A is absolutely the best option right now. Sensu's going to get aggressive, and he is caught.
Oh,
Back in a man advantage for Tyloo.
They started to get suspicious of that themselves, so tried to re-clear for it and get caught because of it. But now Tyloo will turn the other cheek. Back over towards that A site where Blitz is there, making his rotate in from bank, but Molotov'd out, and so it's a free kill for Mercury. Zinio fought for a lot of space towards Monster to get his teammate out of dire straits. You know, Techno, like you said, could have backed away, but it's all for naught. 10 HP, 1v3, not happening. Well navigated from Tyloo. It was very awkward, the way that the round kind of built after they found themselves in short, and they basically had no monster control. Didn't know if there was going to be somebody crunching them top connector either, but they found a mistake out of the Mongols.
Yeah, they kind of lost their limbs, they lost their extremities, and they're just all bottled up in connector, so can't be a tough position to play from. Either way, that's free for Tyloo. Got plenty of money in reserve too, so pretty happy about that. Mongols surely can't invest again behind this. And I like that round from Tyloo. I think they had a good read. There was no warp on that CT side. They're buying so early, the Mongols, it was unlikely. And they just played contact into mid, and it worked great. So, good start. Keep it going.
Yeah, they are baring their teeth, I think, so far on Tyloo. No slow defaulting. You know, it does feel like they're attacking areas with purpose at the moment. Which is always the main criticism of this squad. Zinio, though, nice aggressive angle with this M4 over towards long and has a teammate there to back him up. So Zinio won't push, but his teammate will, and they found 2 kills in an instant. 9-10 started it, but Senzu may have been the last bit needed to suddenly let Tyloo be constricted.
Wow.
It's all going to be Deagles. They saved an M4, and it's not even the important part of this round.
That is some fine fragging. And I
looks...
guess that's the thing about this current Mongols iteration is, where's the weak link here mechanically? I don't think there is one. When your in-game leader in Blitz is such a phenomenal individual player.
Yeah.
I mean, it just allots you so much scope, doesn't it, to have endless options. And Kaza, you're not one for this world. You are surrounded, you're in the noose, and you are gone. What a response from the Mongols.
Oh, everybody. Oh, Barmazinho gets away with a gun as well.
They've hit the lottery.
Yeah.
All the money.
Thank you for all the free guns, Tyloo.
It's been a trend today. I mean, for those that didn't see the series earlier, Tyloo up against low buys was less than impressive a lot of the time.
Yeah, but they at least got a kill or 2.
That was an assassination.
Yeah, they got obliterated. Well, that will humble you, but just like that, they're trying to rush into this B bomb site. Gamyoung dealt with rather quickly. Mazzino bouncing between flames, but not actually touched or scorched by them. Those couple of kills will do a lot. Senzu taking up place into barrels, and, I mean, Tyloo are getting nothing from this fast hit. Not a single frag found, so they donated weapons, and now their bodies thrown into B as well.
That pendulum has swung dramatically. What a hold from the Mongols. Good counter nades, flashes, helping out those players up close. And Tyloo could just never break the crossfires. They can never get up onto the site proper. Not surprised to see a pause here, because these last 2 rounds have been brutal. No kills found. Quick discussion of what to change. The money is gone. You've got to eco this round, surely.
You know what I can't believe? We've had more timeouts and tech issues with two teams that are on LAN, you know, same connection conditions and everything, than we did with the Wings Up series so far.
I don't like to tempt fate. We're playing the game. It's going to stay this way.
It's already. I mean, I'm just saying it's already happening.
I've got things
already,
to do later.
Yeah, I'm not jinxing anything. I'm just simply stating.
I know this. The Traitors final later. Like, I'm not missing that. All right. What have we got? Pistols in the mix. A nade banger on KarZ doesn't hit anybody.
Yep.
And Techno. Get some frags.
I mean, a pretty clear sign of intent. You know, running with a nade out on a round that they're not expecting a fully fledged buyout of. So, not toying with Connector. I think identifying that playing up against those pistols is nothing to scoff at. They just had a round themselves where they just deegged everybody. So, don't want to have that happen back to them. Some capable deegers on Tyloo. Surprisingly, I've seen Advent get some nice ones, which is, you know, it sticks out to me because you wouldn't usually.
We love you, really, Advent.
No, a lot of respect, but kill people in the server would help.
Just to clarify, just to...
Yep.
My legal team has advised me to clarify that. Very passive from the Mongols. I mean, clearly they know the buy. Isn't great. There are only two here on B, so... Yeah, Blitz is looping his way back. That's good. There's a bit of scope there, but this counter util down unless somebody presents themselves to Jam Young.
Don't do it, Mizinho.
It's hard to see a route into this site, even to get a plant at the moment.
Well, they heard some sound cues, and I think they had a suspicion that there was a boost, but that will only confirm it. They're creeping out with the smokes. Jamyoung, a nice deeg, but there's Blitz in from heaven. They're trying to punch in those digits, and they'll succeed in getting a plant down. So, I mean, job done, really. I mean, a kill and the extra money that comes with the plant. Tyloo are going to be, honestly, pretty pleased with that, all things considered.
Remember the most tragic thing about this round? That was Tyloo's most successful round in the last three. They got a kill and a bomb plant.
Yeah?
Oh,
that's
I'm actually evil.
A little harrowing, perhaps. Don't let them hear you.
I'm so sorry to the Tyloo fans. I love you, Mercury. I'm your biggest fan.
Yeah, lots of things to be a fan of with Mercury coming out of that Wings Up series, but need more than just him against the Mongols. So toe for toe, I mean, pound for pound, the Mongols, yeah, they just seem like a more complete roster.
Listen, I'm paying for English lessons for Mercury. I need him on endpoint. That's what I need.
How's maybe even some of the philosophy behind the Rare Adam and the Wings Up get EU players in is that if all those players learn English, they're more marketable afterwards.
I thought it was going to be a B hit from Tyloo, but they've stalled out for now. Techno, totally unsighted. Advent is gone. That's one of their lurkers, which makes it all the more difficult to pivot if you're Tyloo. You've got to be so careful now going back through T-spawn. Got a clear connector a little bit later on too. So it might look like a lot of time at the moment, but that will dwindle thick and fast. So they have to clear so much of this map.
I almost feel like almost trying to bluff that there's two players outside of Monster, but that was not the case. Senzu, a nice jump up. Quick kill. Techno as well, receiving one himself, and 910 was trying to lock Omen out from any sort of purview into B. 30 seconds, and Tyloo have nothing.
They might have saved.
Two players and no space.
I don't see another option.
Yeah, it is a save.
It's been absolutely dominant from Mongols since winning on those deals. They've had one death in 4 rounds.
Oh yeah, they're accruing cash.
Tyloo need another pause. They're losing opening duels. I clearly hear the call. I think the call was to try and B-pop early, but it's never got near actually pulling off the execute.
Don't die after time. That would be the worst thing that could happen. They avoid it. Yeah, they're getting met at the gate, regardless of the plan. They're getting shut out. I do like the move there from the Mongols, though, putting a lot of priority on short. Talked about it as an emphasis point for Tyloo, and you can see how awkward it gets when they lose connector, they lose short. They just effectively have nothing from there on out. Did see them try and get Mercury into some advanced lurking positions on the A play versus wings up. So we'll see if that comes back later on, or even if the Tyloo side can get into those positions, really. It's been 4 rounds since we've seen anything really succeed, like you're pointing out.
It's been a rough period. Happens to the best of us. I'm out here, I'm praying. I'm praying for the boys.
Oh, Techno's gonna get it. No. Oh, Jamia goes back to clear it, so this could have been much worse than maybe we were foreseeing.
You cheeky boy, Techno. He just keeps peeking. He'll also know now that he can just start getting flanked from long toilets, so I guess he's just going to commit to this. And he's just so annoying. He gets this information. He can tell his teammates on B that, you know, I'm not really seeing anything at the moment. No need for you guys to move.
And they've got limited rifles, so who out of those rifling pair were you going to pull to go and deal with Techno? So they have to go B now. Tyloo feeling very restricted, forced into this bomb site, and there's 3 players ready to greet them already. Fresh smoke that's down and defensive by the CT. Senzu fighting out in the open, and Blitz is trying to clear out, but he actually gets a kill in transition and may even press for more. 2 players coming in to reinforce his spot. Blitz, a teammate right behind him. Creeping closer, 910's found Mercury, the planter, and only Oman, the last residual man of this Tyloo attack. Left to fight, Techno dealt with, but there's Blitz to trade instantly. You saw Blitz didn't even spring up as soon as he heard those shots. He even waits for Techno almost to die or to finish his fight. And Blitz is catching him off guard. He's playing it safe. They've got money.
A decent try from Tyloo, but I think as you're pointing out, that it doesn't actually really matter. I mean, the Mongols are buying every round till this half is out. It's already slipped so far in their favor.
And because they've got this economic security as well, like, how would you not be comfortable taking a risk or two? You know, even though the scoreline is quite close, and sometimes you don't see teams go for, you know, low percentage plays, you can get away with it for a round or two when you know you've got the extra cash to spare.
It's been so long since Tyloo's had a successful default. So long since they've claimed, you know, mid-control in a timely fashion and forced the Mongols to make a difficult decision. Every round, it's the Mongols being the proactive team. This time, what have we got? Double long setup. 910 is up on flowers. Techno's playing from behind the rock up close. Blitz gets a kill off a boost. And look at this. That's the sole lurker for Tyloo. They have no alternative. They can't move back. They're going to loop down in towards connector, but I just have no information. Techno's still aggressive, in call to his teammates soon. I can't see anything. There's a minute window here to hit B before that info is passed over.
A single splash by Jam Young. I don't know that anybody was within earshot here for the Mongols. They're going to try and creep their way up, but flash in. Jamya's got to try and take the space. Mizinho flooring the first, and Oman trying to bail through that smoke to find the trade. He'll succeed, but nobody else has on Tyloo. Once again, 1 casualty in a gun round. Mongols, if it wasn't already well established, they're making money. These guys are flawless so far on CT. Sure, they had this opening, 3 rounds? But ever since, it has been still a dominant display from the Mongols.
It's been excellent. I mean, that last round was a masterclass. Not a foot wrong. They're being the proactive team. They're making the moves. They always have the information. and they're using their nades to buy times for rotation. It's just textbook stuff. And Tyloo on the flip side, this is their map pick. We saw it earlier. They looked comfortable. More comfortable, certainly, than Inferno. And they just can't get their teeth into this T side. They can't find a way to default without losing numbers. They try their set plays and they get red or running into, you know, grenade after grenade. This is nightmare for you.
Yeah. This has, I mean, it's depressing. Like, the way that they're losing these rounds, you know, not even getting a real look in. This would break many a spirit. I'm not talking about the team.
It's just so flat. Just,
yep.
They just feel done. It's just, there hasn't been a close round in the last 7.
And it's still the case that Glock round with 1 Deeg, where they got a plant in and a kill, is still their most successful round after the opening 3. If it wasn't harsh before, it stings more now.
Come on, Tyloo. Give us some fight. At least. They might have lost earlier to the Mongols, but that was, what was it, 5 overtimes?
Yep, 28-26.
Needless to say, that could have absolutely been Tyloo's map many a time. This is...
I don't quite know what to
frankly,
make
not
of
enough
it.
right now. Oh, Lord. Look at the gap. Tyloo just found. This could be good. Let's techno sniff it out.
Don't do that. Don't give me hope. Could is an operative term. And, well, they need to actually make use of it, and Mercury will thrive. 2 kills lined up. Those are the only A players, but Mongols, last round and a half, they're gunning for this, and they are still gunning just as well as they have for most of this half. This retake is on. Tyloo cannot get comfortable.
Still one more round after this, don't worry. But yeah, with their money, you're not saving. They're going for this one. Nades lined up. But this is more information for Tyloo. They should know the majority are coming from his toilet's position. Sensu's down. Blitz does find one, but this time it's gone. It's going to be a 4 for Tyloo. And, yeah, I mean, whoever made the call to walk up in towards Divider, perfect. Mongols had no eyes on that.
Oh, yeah, you were right on the money, and I was way off. I don't know. I can't do math. The fact that they were able to get that much space, you know, it almost felt like the Mongols were happy leaving a massive gap because they've gotten away with all of their setups so far. Why not try something? But it's kind of what we saw against Wings Up. You know, they got Mercury into those forward spots, but this time they actually had the whole team with them. So, yeah, really nice decision. Again,
I didn't know that hedge had no clipping. That's something new every day.
I think FaZe were using it to throw a Molotov into short pipe. I seem to remember,
that's just happened, yeah.
Yeah.
New way of doing it. Interesting. Orman just got a haircut in towards B short. Got away with that one. And a similar call here from Tyloo. What are we doing? We're walking through this toilet, so again towards long. Nobody in the toilets proper. Oh, they're doing double AWP on A. I like it. Oh, I don't like it anymore. Oh no.
Got a bit of ahead of himself. Teammate already had the approach from Banana, but he was looking that direction as well. They know it's not 9-10. That's the primary AWPer. They know that there's still an AWP on the side, but Blitz has taken up forward position inside of front side of the bathrooms. Flash is good, and the second kill a little labored. The dink on the spray transfer. Kaze wounded, but 9-10 needs support. Backup's coming, but very late from those B players, and 9-10 fully flashed and out in the open. a man advantage and the site taken now for Tyloo. This could be back-to-back rounds where they succeed in getting this bomb down in an afterplant. Flash is a little late, and Jamyoung still fighting tooth and nail. He'll get both for a 5th round for Tyloo. Some signs of life before the second half.
And we're back. Map 1 here. Upper bracket final. Mongols Tyloo. Winner goes into the grand final. Tomorrow about midday, if you're European. To play for that spot in Chengdu. Exciting stuff. Lin Vision's already there. And Mongols had a stonking first half.
Here's your Counter-Strike. He is getting a lot of love this year. So important that these teams make it through. And there's a guarantee that one of them does. But, you know, we want... In a weird way, we want both, but you can't have
Listen,
that.
it could be the Huns, alright?
Yeah.
Could be the Huns.
Or Wings Up, who knows? This qualifier could deliver on some craziness, and it has already. Nice little kill for there from Mizinho. It felt like he was kind of trapped. There were a lot of players there for Tyloo that were kind of ready to spring and kill him on shorts, but no one's succeeding in doing much damage at all. That's kind of been the case for Tyloo most of this map, funnily enough. So a little resurgence from the tail end of the first half, but
yeah, for those that missed the first half, it was pistol and conversion for Tyloo. Won the first gun round, and then lost to Deagles, and then 7 in a row. Just utter dominance, all of those rounds.
yeah, not even
That's
close.
why, you know, the scoreline's reasonably close. That's why we're a little bit down in the dumps right now with Tyloo, because you know, the eye test and just how that felt, honestly, to watch wasn't pretty viewing a lot of that first half.
Well, they're setting up smokes, and Kaze with the dualies has lost his site players, and so crunch time from the players at long Jamyoung last man standing, and that would have had to be the cleanest USP 1 versus 4, and he just simply cannot deliver. Nice little burst there from the Mongols. They spring in, and even though Tyloo had players in position, just couldn't fight their way out of it.
They've just been excellent on so many levels. Blitz is having a great game. Senzu's looked good. All of them, frankly, have had their moments.
Yeah.
So, just hard to see a route here for Tyloo. They're going to full eco this round, clearly looking towards rifles in the following. But they're ceding quite a lead here, aren't they? Some damage here would be nice. It's an AK here on Techno, so maybe they can drop him and recover that. That's a good boon. It's carry forward, but it's quite a big if there if they can drop him, and he's going to scoop the bomb and take it to B because his teammates have said, red carpet here for you, brother. There's nobody around.
Yeah, at a certain point, when I think Hastika came into the lineup, Techno was kind of looked at as the spiritual replacement for Score, you know, in terms of like his roles and what he had to do on T sides. That was never really Techno's game, so you saw like the visible discomfort for him going for plays like that. Still pull it off every now and again, but I think now with Senzu on the roster, you know, they can feel a little bit more comfortable having aggressive pieces in the pack that actually kind of want to be aggressive. You know, that's kind of always been Senzu's playbook. So
Surely also a factor when, you know, it's Blitz has a lot to say, I guess, over the players is he's looking at what do I need to play the brand of Counter-Strike I want. Or looking at the players' potential options and saying, how could I build a team around this, or how could I call in this situation? And yeah, for sure. I mean, Senzu hasn't really missed a beat since coming into this team, and clearly a shrewd recruitment.
yeah, I always thought if any Mongolian team, like the proper ones, you know, not like your Mazalais, which were sort of builders, or Born in Mongolia, which are Black Company, you know, none of those teams where, you know, it's very much, let's see what other Mongolian player we can cycle up to play this random qualifier. If I was going to see a proper team like an Eruption, an Atox, or a Mongols, I thought Senzu would actually be AWPing, funnily enough. He seemed so... He's got like a crazy aggressive playstyle. It's just fun to watch on an AWP. But, I don't know, I'm kind of liking his rifler arc, but I'm hoping that the more he rifles, the more, you know, the window opens to that AWP as well.
Certainly is an option long term for Mongols that maybe, you know, they go, you know, do 5 rifle better than Cloud9, to be honest, and actually have someone that could AWP at a professional level.
You could have 2 AWPers.
Even better.
Yeah.
If the AWP gets buffed, they're ready. They're good to go. What have we got here then? Buys are out. No AWP on the defense. Couple Mac 10s. Mac Daddies carried through for the Mongols. And Tyloo, big risk. Look at this. 4B stack. Now starting to get aggressive out of Monster. It is just Mercury in this postcode. There's nobody in the same continent as him. Does get traded, but I guess a little bit of an early warning system because he was so advanced. And there you go. See the rotations coming in now.
I mean, it must have been off of the fact they knew that there were still SMGs on field. How best to make use of them other than, you know, set up outside of B, get some kind of a burst going with those SMGs to place close quarters. But yeah, Mercury serving as that first alarm that things weren't going to go as forecast.
3 in defense. Good body of numbers. Orman's going to sit in this smoke. Gets behind Senzu. Advent actually finds the frag. Is traded, but still 2 more men to get through. Time is becoming a problem. There's a counter smoke on long, and that's why the bomb is looping back. And all the while, Jamyoung... Oh my lord, he didn't have to spring his trap. He gets caught in the open. Techno's running down towards B with the bomb. What is happening? This is crumbling for Tyloo.
Kaze still here, though. Catches Mazinho, and that bomb can go down. Molotov that's deep in towards CT, cutting off Kaze's exit. Kind of kept fighting from bank, but that was his last spotted, and so he's trying to shift things up. They've got both angles covered. Techno jiggling. Blitz now. Attention's raised. They can set up for both to cover one another. Blitz's angle is very deep, only covering Techno's left. And so it's all about keeping himself alive in this position. And Kaze just cannot find the headshot fast enough. Techno will punish. And the Mongols will bail out of what was looking like it could have been a boxed-in play towards A. They just end up picking Tyloo off.
I don't really know what went wrong there for Tyloo. They had... If you pause that round, let's say 30 seconds before it ended, you look at the map. Jamyang is fully flanked. They have a full stack on A. It's... What more do you want? They have completely penned in the Mongols. And maybe it was overzealous players, maybe... I mean, surely some of the Mongols players hit sensational shots, but the point we're trying to make is that Tyloo couldn't have set themselves up better in a macro sense to win that round, and they couldn't convert. And when you're playing a team of the Mongols' caliber, they're not going to get away with what they got away with earlier against Wings Up. It's just the reality here, and that's what we're seeing play out here on Overpass. They played a great Overpass earlier. This is just a different kettle of fish, a different caliber of opposition.
Yeah, and kind of unironically, they got BS'd in some of the rounds that they played against the Wings Up squad. You know, we talked about how that could have been a clean game for Tyloo had those rounds not happened, but we're not seeing them get much of a look in, honestly, since the start of this game.
I haven't seen much of this current exact Mongols lineup, but I am liking what I'm seeing. This Senzu kid, he is cracked, he is confident, and plays with pace. Blitz is maintaining good form. Mazzini is playing well as well. Techno, he goes under the radar. He's not a bad player. Just lives in the shadow, perhaps, of some bigger names. He can certainly pull his weight. And this is a big statement from the Mongols. They've already beaten Tyloo in a best-of-1 today, and you wouldn't bet against them to 2-0 this series with the rate this is going at the moment.
Ooh, very awkward fight there for Senzu. Sing his praises, and sure enough, he's destined to fail. That's how casting works. 2 players on this A play, and 15 seconds left. The Mongols will have to probably move past these smokes into these pistols, but once they clear it out, it should be simple pickings. And it is. 11 here for the Mongols. Don't be deceived. There was a point where this game did look close scoreline-wise, but it has been the Mongols all throughout Overpass.
Look at the score. The frag count alone is terrifying. Not even a match.
Yeah, you wouldn't even, you see 9-10 down there instead of with the rest of his squad, but, like, what did he have to do? Everybody was just winning their fights on rifles, and then he'd rotate in and sometimes die, and, that's maybe not even on him. That might just be he's not getting relayed the right information. He's not been needed. And Tyloo need many players like Mercury and Jamyang, who have really been the ones fighting back, but
it's not like they're having bad games. But there is definitely a possibility that with this Tyloo lineup is what happens if Mercury and Jamyang aren't contesting for the best player on the server? What happens? There's no Mazea anymore, who can be another potential, chart-topping player now. And we've got eyes on Orman, who's not having the best game here at the moment. We've got eyes on Kaze, who, maybe it's a bit harder to warp in CS2, but they're still given resources and space and options, and we're yet to see him be a massive factor even on this map. It's just not clicking, is it, for Tyloo right now?
Yeah, this Tyloo could be the one from DreamWorks, a little bit toothless. An 11-5 that's looking like it could be a 12th. They breach into this A bomb site, but the bomb is actually set up towards B and actually cannot make the cross. Kaze is picking them to pieces. The fact that they were so spread, confusing Tyloo. The fact that Kaze is still alive and kicking on this side of the map is giving Tyloo a chance. And they know he's still inside of water. It's all about whether or not they can flush him out. Jamyang there to protect, but 9-10 now set too far away from this site. Can't get that bomb down because he knows Kaze is close. A quick kill, but no! They double face, and 9-10 hits both Deegs. That's it. Call it a wrap. That was the best chance Tyloo had to register around this half.
As if they lose another impossible round up against an AWPer on the B side of overpassing a day. I can't believe it.
That one's on them.
Who was the last player for Tyloo? Why? His teammates should be screaming at him when it goes sub 5 seconds to just hide.
Like his name would suggest, he might have ushered out a quick little... Oh, man.
I write that. That's good.
Yeah, it was
Tell you what's not good. Tyloo's chances on this map.
Oh, no.
It is looking bad. I mean, this is just damage. This game's over. They're not winning 7 in a row against this form of Mongols. It's just getting their headspace back. This is their map pick. Because at the moment, they just look flat. They just look empty in so many of these rounds. And they want a fighting chance to turn this series back. They've just got to restore some belief, honestly, that they can win rounds again.
What? Why didn't Mercury turn? He turned so late. He heard the flash bloom behind him. His teammates gave up long control. Worry that Tyloo may not be talking as much as they should be. Still a very spread Mongols at the start of this round. There is this chance of fighting one at that for Tyloo Advent. Oh, okay. Yeah, make sure you get that kill. Chengdu last man standing, and an ult recovered here for Advent, so he'll punch it in. That's an ult that can go into Kaze's hands in this upcoming round, but you're not going to see the Mongols play like that. They are fanning out, searching for vulnerabilities because they've got a lot of cushion.
Okay. One round at a time if you're Tyloo. That's all you can do. If you're the Mongols, so many chances here to keep this clean. Said many a time, this is not their map pick. They win this, they're in an excellent position to book their place in that final game. Zinio clearly had no idea a player could be that aggressive. And he goes down. So nice start for Tyloo. Techno failed as well. Hubris.
Yeah, does feel a bit.
I love it when teams pause after this sort of round as well. It's like, before it becomes a real problem, let's talk and just run some good rounds together. It's just a fact that in the remainder of this map, Senzu, Blitz, Techno, one of them is going to gift you a massive entry, and you're going to have an opportunity. It's going to happen.
Oh, they blow the smoke on Divider and flash for it. Blitz didn't spot anything. I think he actually got caught by the flash as well. They have been limit testing the past couple rounds, and a flash through that will not succeed once again. 9-10 there to trade, but they're already down in the numbers, and 9-10 cannot collect on Mercury, which could have been a cascading frag, but Senzu's breached into B. That was Jamyoung, last man standing on this side of the map. That sole anchor. The smoke towards heaven. That Molotov won't do a lot to disperse of the plant. Senzu can create a perimeter so that 9-10 can cross and get that punched in. They're actually barreling straight through the smoke and right into the clutches of Senzu. Bomb planted and 9-10 ready for the angle, but Mercury crouched underneath the scope. And it is close, but Tyloo, it's a little too close for comfort given the start.
Yeah, a bit of a warning shot, isn't it, from the Mongols saying, you got a long way to go to make this a map. Credit, though, to Mercury. Calm head. And they have forced an eco. So, scoreline is closing. Starting to feel a little bit better about themselves. Hero AK comes out on Senzu. I'm intrigued. Where are you going, young man, with that one? Number 3. Starting off towards B by the look of it. Shame there's no nades really to help him, so he'll just be walking in and looking for a fight.
Would you consider this a fitting close if they did it with Deegs?
Yes. Especially if, you know, Senzu doesn't actually get any of the kills. It's just all the deagles.
It would just be the exact same round, just the other side. I think it was Mazinho with the M4 before, but...
Oh,
that's
Oh
not good.
no. Oh no. A lot of Tyloo fans watching on just felt an absolute dagger to the heart. The first blow. It's still no nades. There's no armor. Minus Senzu. It's still on Senzu, surely, to get another opening pick. Techno's going to spot out Mercury. Blitz removes a skull. It's just this man. So many players soon to face him. Senzu's got the armor. Swings out. Mercury gone. Guns retrieved. Ormond's out. And you sowed the seeds. What worse way to lose it than that? Tyloo up against pistols. Not been a good day, has it?
It finishes how it started. You know, that was the way that the Mongols got back into this game off Deegs and one rifle, and they closed the same way. I was just, that was a throwaway comment. I didn't believe in it, but maybe I should. The Mongols, I mean, you can't let your guard down against this squad.
It actually hurts to watch that. That was, oh man, exactly.
I kind of don't know what to say for Tyloo in this one. You know, this actually just felt like they were completely outclassed and almost looked defeated midway through the first half. Just not offering up anything, getting picked to pieces. Couldn't, like you said, couldn't set up a successful default to save their lives, basically. And yeah, aside from those last couple rounds in the half, I mean, there was kind of nothing to even speak about for Tyloo this whole game.
Just felt like on every level, just nothing was going right. So many things falling apart, and you know that's their 5th map of Counter-Strike today, and all the others were either map wins or very compelling. They all went to overtime, the other two, the Infernos, and that was a gut punch, and then some. Next up is going to be Mirage. That's the pick of the Mongols, and what a stellar chance they have to make this a clean 2-0. Quick break for us, and we're back. We'll see if Tyloo's got any fight left in them.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days that are searing. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free.
Look at that. Ahead of schedule. When does that happen? I guess in the here and now. Either way. I'm excited.
Got tired of us waffling. Oh, nice little bunny hop out from Tyloo to just get out from top mid. They start T-side. This is the Mongols pick after a brutal overpass. The Mongols now trying to show us what they can do on the defense here on their own territory. And Tyloo getting a lot of control very early in this pistol.
So Mongols heavy A-lean. Techno retake on B. You can now see a readjustment. I'd love to see some A aggression, I think. Mid clear is through. They're going to see nothing. Absolutely nothing. But for now, it's still very much a retake setup, which is a problem. There's no kit. There's no nades. Going to have to be very fast now. Look at Senzu flanking. He is sprinting. I think the bomb will just about make it out of apartments. That's the biggest risk. And indeed it has. Mercury also lurking top mid. Okay, bomb down man advantage. I'm feeling a lot better about Tyloo.
Oh dear, they never knew about the Senzu flank though, and you might have felt good for a moment, but they're collapsing on the bomb site and Tyloo are getting nothing. Not a single kill in that post plant. Mercury as well, completely sussed out. It is a Senzu performance in that fast flank from underpass that breaks Tyloo's back.
Well, I wouldn't trust my lottery numbers. Let's put it that way. I thought they knew Senzu was there.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
They had a player lurking top mid. They, you would expect that somebody would have heard. The apartments player that I think came with the bomb late after the initial pack broke in was, I think, within earshot as well. But I guess over the comms and the chaos, they just didn't hear him flanking.
Well, they have mustered a buy off the bomb plant, which is nice. The bad news is they've got one smoke left. So, gonna have to go contact heavy. That's what they're doing out of ramp just now. I guess you save the smoke for the hit proper. Either smoke for the plant or at least cut off an avenue. But look at this information for the Mongols. Sensu's aggressive. Players like a horde coming over towards A to load it up.
Still a bit of indecision.
Surely Tyloo have to end A. They have no space towards B whatsoever.
Yeah. Going up short would be the best thing they could do, but not a call that would be comfortable to make. They do smoke off top connector. That will allow them to get them some space into towards that con side. But you imagine they're going to try and burst in once that smoke fades. Mongols here in heavy presence because of that forward Senzu push.
Here we go. Gonna walk through. To play it in sandwich. One close ramp. Close ramp player has no idea. Caught out in the open. Good frags. Player in window wasn't long for this world either. What a round for Tyloo. They look suffocated. They look surrounded as they went onto that site. But the contact players, that smoke faded on top connector. Totally unexpected. And that has done bad things to the Mongols' economy. Senza, you've got to hold on to this.
Oman's already on the hunt as well. This is Senzu's little hidey hole. He got all that space, his teammates went up in flames, and he doesn't get to save his M4 either. In fact, it's donated over. Oman dropping his M4 so his teammate could collect it, so they go in with Galils, they come out with M4s, and they only had, what, one smoke, I think you were highlighting. They put it to good use.
It was unexpected. Very unexpected. And no option here for the Mongols. They've got to force back in tow. But it's pretty dreadful. No nades, no kits.
Oh god, but they've got Deegs, and they've won 2 rounds like this on Overpass. They did have a rifle alongside him, but look at the shots from Senzu. Blitz as well, collecting alongside him, but
this is a joke.
Instant trade from Mizinho.
This is a joke.
Cannot make this up.
I can't keep doing this. Oh my god. Tyloo are going to have nightmares of the deagle shot and headshot sound ringing in their ears for days. Yamyong's found a big gap, but, I mean, I don't blame him for the trigger discipline, but that round was already absolutely cooked. What is going on?
You calling a timeout after that? Surely.
I'm DCing after that.
3 times in 2 maps. And this map's only just got started.
I mean, it feels like a while ago now, but they definitely lost some rounds to Deegs earlier on as well against the Wings.
Oh, they were losing the USPs, not even Deagles. Somehow these Deagle rounds feel worse because they're not even getting really many counter kills from it.
They need... There's no help to the here and now, but they need a bit of a think about these anti-force rounds. For sure. After this series. That's a nice opening. Yeah. That's going to make it uncomfortable for Tyloo. They're just leaving Techno for the moment. 9-10's open. Straight into a lot of players. Good flick. Makes it free. That could have been dangerous, but does a lot there to help his team stabilize.
Ooh, good kills back from Advent, but Jamyoung, long distance, can't quite find the head of Techno. Saw him swinging off of short, but couldn't readjust after finding the kill in Con. Start looks fine for Tyloo, all things considered. The kill on the Tech 9, getting all that space towards connector, but then came 9-10. If there's anything you could say about him, is that he's good at getting numbers.
Drum roll.
Yep.
There you go. Well, the good news for the Mongols is their force buy round was so clean that they carried guns through, so at least their buy isn't dented by the round we've just watched. And it is an eco from Tyloo. Bit of a pause here. Time for Tyloo to sit back and stew in that anti-eco round.
It must be said, you know, Tyloo will probably have conversations about how they deal with these low buy rounds, but the Mongols' deagle shots have been, I mean, they've been immaculate. They are hitting some really nice shots to have had these round successes, but maybe there's a flash you throw or a Molotov, you know, something that makes your life a little easier, perhaps. Well, they're going to try and manage on Glocks, and they did get a plant on Overpass on a round like this. On tried to go down, but no such success. Not even a kill onto any of the Mongols players, who were simply keeping themselves alive and stopping the push.
Alright, guns out. It is a pick from Mongols, this map. This map they like. Not necessarily in Tyloo's repertoire as their favourite. If Tyloo can get this to nuke, this becomes a much more open series, but this is the tall order. This is what we're nervous about, is this Mirage. And, you know, something that really worries me about this Mirage, especially on the T side, is it was just in the defaults, is in the basics that Overpass was falling apart. If you can't default well on Mirage, I'm sorry, the game's over. Oh, that's the bomb as well.
Oh, yeah,
Did you
so
see
it is. I don't think you would have. You barely get much of a radar peak on thin angles like that. So it does seem retrievable.
It's fallen up the top, right? Not
No,
down
I think
the stairs.
it's down the stairs. Yeah, he's down the
Okay.
stairs. So
It's a
we're
bit hard to tell.
A-okay. Aside from the fact that they've lost 2 players, but it could have been worse.
Aside from the fact they're all dead, this is going great. That's got to be the mentality.
Yeah, I mean,
they might even save, you know. This round is that badly done.
Yeah, when you put it like that.
Techno's taking space, so 910 can peel off soon. He's just smoked behind. I'm getting shades of when Overpass was going wrong at the moment for Tyloo.
Well, it'll be the same catalyst as well. Decent damage onto 910, forcing him back, but they're pincered in. Techno had the flank in from top mid. Only good for the one, but they fall right into the arms of Mizinho, and Kaze's trapped in a corner with low HP, so one bullet will do him, and Mizinho's just continuing to fight. One death. That's all it takes out of the economy of the Mongols, and this is, you know, it's not a conversation we've had this whole series, but, you know, that's the real problem with CT sides in general. It's what people have been talking about, you know, maybe adding as a change, given the weight of pistol rounds and the way that the loss bonuses are, is that CT economy isn't supposed to thrive like this, but the way the Mongols have been playing and the lack of deaths they've been having on these defenses, they've always had so much residual cash.
I think Tyloo could learn a few lessons. Mongols are playing so proactive. They're only sitting on the sides if they have a stack and they have information.
Oh.
That didn't look right. That didn't look very normal. Senzu, though, can't actually get so much done. Maybe we should focus in on this round. Don't let the ball drop here, Mongols. You've done all the hard work. You've won the impossible, the unlikely rounds. Blitz here in behind. Bench. Some good work. Zeno is felled. So a lot of numbers dropping, but doesn't feel good for Orman. There he goes. Right. A little bit scary, but all in all, rounds are rounds, and they're way ahead at the moment on Mongols.
Yeah, it's a little mistake there from Techno. Was sort of jiggle peeking from the window. His teammate got a spam kill, and it almost seemed like Techno let go of his mouse and didn't realize that there could have been a player pushed up close. They got that deep Molotov down, but Advent was ahead of it, so nice couple entries there for Advent to make that round at least slightly competitive. Talk about him playing at the back of the pack. There he was at the front. Maybe he tried to get more of that room over towards B, recognizing that as a vulnerability. Mercury, a kill from mid, but 910's there to trade. There were 4 that collected there on the Mongols to fight for an early duel. Leaning into a 3B setup. I think you're going to try and boost the player up into the apartments and maybe just leave him there, but it does leave a lot of responsibility on 910 and just hope that Tyloo don't take any space while he's not watching.
For the moment, they're getting away with it. And the longer this goes, the more information is gained through B. Senzu now starting to push all the way through apartments. It's going to allow Techno to readjust into shorts. Blitz is into a jungle. It's getting better by the second. Can be an awkward duel for Techno if players are coming up connection looking towards him. Rattles off a few shots. Dink onto Kaze. It's even more information. That's the bomb too. They know what's coming. Senzu is sprinting. He knows what's up. Blitz might go down. But Sensu's position is monstrous. 35 seconds left. If he gets out of Palace, there is no safe plan on this site anymore. Might be a man advantage, but I am ever so nervous.
Oh, the molly!
Oh no! Bomb not down.
What?
Somehow they're looking for Senzu. What is going on? And indeed, it does get planted, so a chance here for Tyloo.
Oh, Techno looked like he had the right read, but flicking away. 9-10, though, adjusting from that flash, and a headshot angle held by Oman just in case he peeks top. This is scary. Tyloo know it. They can't let a round like this slip. 9-10 doesn't have a smoke to cover, but tap on the bomb. Oman the jump spot, but 9-10 so quick on the flick. It's all on Advent. Does he read that he's not committing to the defuse or not? A final tap here from 9-10, but it's going to have to be the kill and an escape. Advent playing patient, but that gets scary. It's all 5 for 9-10, but no escape, no AWP, and a lost round here for the Mongols.
I wonder if Senzu made some noise or something. I can't believe in the midst of all of that, somebody was actually looking Palace. I guess nobody ever came Palace for the T side, so
yeah,
it was an option. But that was so close to being 7-1 and Tyloo in agony yet again. Well, still work to be done if that's what it takes for Tyloo to win a round. Photos to player up close. Zenio gone. Good entry. 9-10 stuck in firebox.
He hit the no-scope.
How on earth is he still alive? Rattling off shots. Blitz is low. Molly surely finishes Jamyung. It doesn't. This is absolute carnage on A. But Tyloo, for the moment, seems to be the masters of it.
Oh, God, he knows.
Got away with that.
Yep. Now all about finding that second player. Oh, Kaze came back out. Got the smoke down on the side, and I think was getting ready to maybe cross towards triple or take that fight towards CT, so it could have gotten scary, could have gotten weird. Certainly started that way, but the end is how Tyloo would want it. Had the man advantage, and they close. And that money that was oh so healthy for the Mongols has finally dried up. Back onto Deagles, and you can only hope for Tyloo that they deal with this one quite well. Can only hope.
So we've got left. I'm not even gonna say, you know,
Nope, yep.
should be a good round for Tyloo. I need to see them win one of these rounds cleanly. Go on, Techno. Give us something. They're doing it.
They are.
The Eagles are down.
Only Senzu, and they know about him.
My God. Had Tyloo not lost to those pistols, they'd have been in a great position in this half.
Yeah, they
They
probably
really would be in a great spot.
Yeah. He'd be up to 5.
At least.
Yeah.
But money would have been destroyed for the Mongols. Be almost a reverse scoreline. That shoulda, woulda, coulda in the past. Even so, this is already feeling like a pretty decent recovery from Tyloo. It was looking dreadful. 3 or 4 rounds to go. And now, cash in the bank. 2 left here. Surely they'll be buying in both. And a great chance to give us a very even scoreline.
Yeah, it was even quite close coming out of the first half of Overpass because Tyloo sort of mounted a little bit of a resurgence. They found a second wind. Finding that a little earlier here on Mirage. Even upgrade away from that MAC-10, make sure they have all rifles. They know these rounds are going to be difficult. And not many more left in this half. There you go. Full exec.
Nice. 9-10 gets a fight before the smoke is bloomed. I'm not sure that should have been possible. I guess they want to get explosive man in front of cannonade. They pay a price. Zinio goes down as he's fighting alone in front of the CT smoke. Not sure that was the best decision. The Mongols have got to deal with this. Grouping now for a retake. Lots of util on Blitz. A couple other smokes too. They can get those down on Palace and Ramp and maybe the bomb too. They could be in a good position. Ormond's caught out in the open ahead of his teammates. And Tyloo are not in good spots. Jamyoung has to win this duel. He has to win this duel on towards jungle, and he does. Techno, though, has other ideas. It's just Kaze. And there's no time.
No.
Round goes the way of Tyloo. But that got a little bit dicey.
Well, Kaze's going to go up with the bomb. He wasn't sure if 910 was on the defuse or not. He didn't have a kit, but Kaze was left in the dark. So it's a costly round, but they have funds, and what they needed are rounds. So they accomplished that much. We're seeing a lot of, honestly, kind of wild to think how many shots we've seen 910 hit, or how many rounds he's actually gotten success out of that AWP, and they've actually not been able to convert off of it.
This round, the last round in particular, I mean, it's 20-20 but if Mazzinho commits to the retake immediately, they had a man advantage. They had no map control with Tyloo. They had no options. They were really pinned on that bomb site. And Techno is fighting that with an MP9. That felt ill-advised, and now Senzu's got so much work to do. First collected. 910 is on location, and there's no nades at the moment towards the market window. God, flames surrounding Senzu. Somehow, still unspotted. Check out the double flank push through on A. Blitz is going to arrive soon. He's actually spotted, but surely Kaze does not expect a second. Player clearing up connector. And the bomb's going A. Yeah. Why not?
They called it quits. They ran up short, escaped, and it'll be a little long before the Mongols put it all together, but they do have a kit. A smoke as well for this retake. Mazzinho, I imagine, will be that first port of call with that SMG. So aggressive. The way that he tracked in on that flank. Everything close, but his teammate dies in just as that happens. And so at the back of the bomb site, comes down to Jamyoung. Typically the patient man has to find the right time to strike. Player that's not got the kit isn't the one that jumps on the bomb. Mazzinho instead will now usher himself into the defuse, and he'll be found straight through the smoke. Jamyoung now just taking Sanctuary inside of it. 910's recovered the kit, and he's trying to stick that defuse as well, but Jamyoung won't miss. 2 times over, he stops the defuse, and Tyloo tied things up before we move into that second half.
And we're back. Tyloo. 5 in a row to end the first half. It was looking really bad. And of course, that first map really didn't go their way. That was their map pick. That was overpass. This is the Mongols pick in Mirage. And we got a game on our hands, so... You know, we asked a lot of questions of Tyloo after that first map. Is there life left in them? There's hints. There's warning signs. And now we'll find out if the dragon has awoken.
Yeah, first kill there from Senzu on this pistol. P250 well equipped to deal with that fight, but damn young the reinforcements dealt with, as is Kaze. But there's Omen and Mercury chiming in the wings. Meanwhile, the Mongols do have access to this bomb site. Thing is, do they expect Blitz to be on his prowl from the underpass into connector while his teammates are just simply holding the site? Don't think anybody's going to be looking this direction. I think one step made actually by Blitz, so almost going to full clear it. Yeah, a little mistake from Blitz in that capacity, but Mercury now the last man standing, and a very, very difficult crossfire to breach. Hard angles to clear. Mazinho will put Mercury to rest, so 3 from the youngster here on the Mongol side, and an important pistol for the Mongols.
We take those. We take those. Very nice. I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Good round. No pistols now. Actually, wait. Who? No, wait. Who won the... Yeah, they did win the first pistol, then they got reset, and they reset back. It was all very confusing. Nice. Good way. Full eco from Tyloo. Good opportunity for Mongols. Get that those SMGs out early. Create some space.
Also, try and break some of that momentum that the Tyloo guys brought in from that first half.
Senzu. Ooh. Hefty double ding.
This is like,
A little on the ground.
You can go B, you can go A. Everything's open, except middle.
They don't really need to fight this. Oh. They see eco frags, and they want...
Yeah, and they'll want that Galil back too. That thing costs more
Gimme.
money than the max worth.
I heard Matt cast earlier. I think he's worth quite a lot.
Oh yeah, no, I mean when you put it that way. It's the wrong Mac.
We love you, Mac. Especially the mustache. That is truly essential.
Just need an Aussie caster named Cheese and they'd be the power duo.
Oh my god. Yes. Actually, Mac and Fish doesn't really work. Right. What do we got here? Mid-aggression. There's nobody on B for Tyloo. You know something that I don't. That is very low. Mercury. One frag on mid. A lot going on here. Kaze gets one and out of dodge. So for now, it is a man advantage for Tyloo. Blitz is trying to frag Warman back. There's a Palish push from Advent in the middle of this. There is a lot going on right now, and that bomb is dropped in T-spawn.
Yeah, and just be open the entire time. But how on earth are you going to read that if you're the Mongols? I mean, this push from Advent, okay, a little slow to react to a player inside a spawn, but with his 15 health, he gets a lot of information. And they're burning the other way. In fact, they had that forward position in Palace. They do not want to deal with it. They don't have the resources to. Blitz is still hunting for a frag right into the waiting arms of Mercury. Still nobody B. So this could just be a free plant for Techno. I really am curious as to how they've come to this arrangement. Didn't play B at the start of the round.
They just don't like it.
Yeah, no.
They're not fans. It's quite a big deal, though. The plant here...
Give him another
quite a
buy.
big difference. Tenno's taking his time to clear the site. You can't blame him. He doesn't know just how good a position he's actually in to get this plant for free. Goes with the stick now.
He tapped it
Ooh.
twice. Oh,
I don't think he's getting this plant anymore.
No.
Kill Kaze, perhaps, but not to be. They kind of needed that. It really would have put this buy in a better position. A bit of a shame.
Yeah, but again, you know, it's one of those things where we can't even blame him for it. I mean,
No.
they're playing 4 players everywhere else
Yeah.
but B.
Exactly. He's like, you're in a 4-on-1 and you're not defending the sites.
There has to be one person somewhere, and there wasn't.
He must have a buy. Mercury had a great round in the previous. He was so aggressive, even on low HP. Wouldn't be so surprising. Mercury plenty over the years. Self flash doesn't work. Man down. Gun retrieved. Rifles across the board now for the Mongols. And Tyloo put on notice.
Some decent damage on the nade. Pulls Techno into one-shot headshot for the M4s. Advent was molly smoked, but almost counterintuitive to one another. He has lost another teammate, however. This time they do have an occupant within that B-bomb site. Kaze is nestled away in Advan, and they're very concerned that he could be approached.
I like this stack. 3-on-5, it's so hard to even make an information play or anything. So they're going to take a risk, stack this site. If they lose it, Kaze and Advent can drop. They can buy again in the next. As we can see, that bomb spirited away towards A. A bit of fortune for the Mongols that they've chosen the right site. But Tyloo will live to fight another day. It's just going to be a dry run.
Yeah.
The Mongols clear and take in. Mazini's had a great map. 9-10. 9-10's having a really, really good map so far. I'm almost surprised they're not further ahead in the scoreline, given how good he's been, I guess. No, you may even say the same for Mazzinho.
Yeah. I think 9-10 probably had 9... actually, no, I would wager actually 10 kills on the AWP that were just in lost rounds. So, no, I think he had a full ace in that one round where he was in the 1 versus 3 clutch and just couldn't pull it together. So, it's not that he hasn't been hitting shots, just not always winning rounds with it.
Just taking HOTV quickly. You'd be surprised to hear that Tyloo are actually ahead in terms of opening duels. It is a couple rounds behind us, but
That is wild.
so. Mercury's got 5 opening kills. So he's doing his job. He did his job on the T side in terms of cracking open rounds, clearly. Just maybe didn't have the staying power so much.
Well, good circumnavigation of the problem there for the Mongols. 3v5, they read the stack. And it's a free round from there on out. You can win rounds by only killing 2 players. You'll happily take that. Still, they save those weapons. It's another buy here from Tyloo, but they're running out of reserve funds. Mongols could piece another one together, but again, very middle focused. Tyloo not going for that same, B absence. A little bit more stake in it. And not exactly staking their claim on middle either. In fact, nades, I think, being lined up by the Mongols to try and reassert themselves in through middle. They might be able to creep up Con with this, but they're going to blow the smoke. They're going to fight from both sides of the window, and it's a complete collapse. Getting completely caught off guard. The Mongols chewed up by those 2 players in window, and Oman swinging from short. Mazzinho sure gets a counter kill, but the damage is done. Oman back of Mazzinho has to pull together what started as a 1 versus 4 down to 3 for a clutch. He's got the time to really explore his options.
Check out Kaze's repositioning. Close to ramp. This might be fully unexpected. Ooh, almost on the adjustment. There you have it. Aggressive play from Tyloo. It's ever so simple. It's just, I think, a left-right click, nade into that window smoke. Everyone just peeks. 2 in window, left-right. Player swinging off cat. It's about as basic as it gets, but it works. The Mongols, even if they've got 1 player, holding window or whatever, it's just not going to be enough, is it?
Yeah.
So many people facing.
I also think the Asian teams in general have been a little slow to adopt. The blowing of smokes being a play that you're sort of rehearsing for those types of moves. So nice to see that Tyloo pull it out of the hat.
It's also the muscle memory to use those HEs at the start, especially if you're one of the mid players, nade behind the top mid smoke, or if you're connector, you're going to nade down the bottom of it at a certain timing. It's to relearn that, saying this nade could be so valuable, either for a play like that, or especially in a site hit. If you burst the jungle smoke, that's a nightmare for the T side. So yeah, everyone's in the same boat. Everyone's got to learn. Because we're learning, watching on. What's this round going to be for the Mongols? Techno's got a lot of space. Clearly going to be an A split. First goes the way of Mercury. He's in towards connector. 9-10 trades. Techno did catch one, being aggressive, and this looks very good now. Bomb bling planted back triple. And Tyloo could even think of a save here. I'm not sure this is a good idea to go for.
Yeah, just losing as much ground as they did as quickly as they did. Going in for this retake, they'd have to clear everything. Got a lot of deep smokes down as well on the Mongols, so yeah, they're taking your advice. Well, the Mongols break into double digits, and it's all by finding this gap, whether it's by timing or just an ill consideration from the Tyloo side. The Mongols exploit it to full effect. As soon as they get that kill via Techno, that connector player wasn't looking the right direction. Lose a site player, you're worried about getting swung bottom stairs. Not really set 9-10 up for what was a free kill afterwards.
This feels like a very important round. This is Tyloo approaching the precipice in this series. They've done some really great work to stay here on Mirage, but it could all be for naught. They can't recover here. Nade to burst his connector smoke. Surely there's a player out in the open. That's Chengdu, but he still gets the kill first. And the smoke reblooms. Oh no. Such a shame. Now the Mongols in an excellent spot.
Yeah, meeting Ming from Thailand on that one. A full
Did
flash
somebody
in his
flash
face.
into connector or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
They flashed Con at the exact same time that he had that nade blow smoke. Puts them in a precarious spot. Advent had to push forward to try and get some semblance of control, and he's just floored.
Oh,
a great flash as well.
They need these guns. Mercury, he's a great player. He's capable of some astonishing highlights, but they really need these rifles.
Where is safe to save?
Nowhere.
They're in A. Techno's still probing B. There is no safe haven, but Yamyang will find an escape path, and he'll floor Senzu on his exit as well, but they are hunting for this rifle. They know it's as important as you seem to identify, Alan.
He's gone. Wow. That is bad news. What a round from the Mongols. Just when they needed it. They played some really great terrorist Counter-Strike today.
Yeah.
Really great. And on the flip side, Tyloo, I do think it's been their Achilles heel has been the defense. But this is different. This isn't. I don't think this is as much Tyloo mistake. I think the Mongols are they're just amping up the pressure here. They're just spooling up. There's so few gaps in their play. They're on the same page. Sensu is creating space 9-10 to end the rounds. Mazinho can play the mid round. Maybe not in this one, but
I don't know how this happened. But
I don't know how this happened.
Didn't even take any damage. Advent just ran it in with the P2000, and Mazinho, I don't know, had his pants down or something.
This is full focus now from the Mongols. You can't. Not now. You've done so much.
P2K strike again, and they recover that AK that Advent fought hard for at the start of the round. This is still a little bit precarious, but seems like Mongols are making the right read. Tyloo reinforcing the B-bomb site. But that AK is making its way back into A. It's all about whether or not Jamyang can keep himself alive or put up much of a defense on this side of the map. Backed out. Yeah, hard for Jamyang to read. So many areas exposed. So that one rifle they had is now supplemented by the kill that they get on short, but Oman sectioned off by a smoke. I mean, they could still use this. Yeah, saving it has value. Not exactly on high loss bonus here on Tyloo. I think they're going to get, what, 2,400? Actually, I think it might even be... Actually, 2,400 sounds about right. Final answer, 2,800. You know what? Doubting myself all over the place. Thing is, they will have a buy, but they'll want to be able to get AWPs out. All the extra util that comes with it as well. And they'll be able to do exactly that with this Oman AK.
Yeah, you can AWP Karze too. Want to go that way? Okay. Eyes on everybody. 4 chances for the Mongols to all in all have a very clean series. Reminder, winner of this goes to tomorrow's grand final. We played at, barring a very long first series, played at 1:30 UK, 2:30 PM Central Europe. And you just want to make it there. You just want to be in the final, know what you're doing. It's not like the lower bracket teams, so anything to be sniffed at. Tyloo absolutely could have lost that first series. So, book your ticket, focus on that Seoul series, and that's what the Mongols are looking to do right now. Just end this game.
Awesome. Mid-control here for the Mongols once again, and this time the Tyloo side will not contest. No plans to blow open smokes, no nothing. Only Kaze on the AWP, and Senzu, a fantastic shot. Immediately moving to take the space, and the flash is great. Jamyoung kills a player right behind him, but Senzu can keep on pushing, and he switches out to that AWP. Space can be taken on this B bomb site, and it's all alarms blaring here for Tyloo. Mercury, nothing found. Only Advent that comes in on the rotate, but that bomb's down, and they'll have a man advantage for this post plant. Advent doesn't even have a teammate to work off of. Oman's late, still fighting in from connector. This could be the final round here. The Mongols were assertive, dominant on overpass. Tyloo's pick. Moving into Mirage, it was a bit more of a struggle. Now on this low health, no kits, and now only Oman that stands between them and that lower bracket. It's not looking likely. Tyloo cannot perform versus the Mongols in this head-to-head. They suffer another loss in best of ones and now in the best of 3 as well. But the Mongols looked very, very on from the jump in this series.
Absolutely. I mean, it's Counter-Strike. You're going to lose some rounds. You're going to make some mistakes. You're going to sometimes stack the wrong way or whatever. But when you look at the series and you average out over the rounds, it doesn't get much better than that. And you're playing against an established team, players like Jamyoung and Mercury and even Kaze. They're going to have their rounds. They're going to have their moments. And it doesn't really get much better than that, let's be honest. Here's the bracket. The concurrent game to what we just had was the Wings Up Huns game. The Huns absolutely smashed them. Not even close. Not even a competition. And I know you said that you felt Wings Up were potentially the weakest team here, but you wouldn't have fought by that margin, would you?
I mean, after the Tyloo performance, probably not. But to see them get picked apart by the Huns, is there a transitive property that we can apply here? Like, if the Huns are doing that to Wings Up and Tyloo were fighting tooth and nail to break through that series, they're the only 3-map series we've had in today's games. Like, Tyloo are in trouble.
It's certainly not a given that they're just going to go in there and waltz it. The Huns have established players. They've got people like Score, who, at his peak, might have been the best player in the whole region.
Yeah.
When he was playing at his best on IHC. So
they also have Yami, who was like the breakthrough player that honestly could have gone to the Mongols. Like probably single-handedly propped up the old Eruption team before he was taken and put into the Huns. So you know they've got firepower. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. That's going to be a lot of fun. So that will be the first game tomorrow. Will be that lower bracket game. That will be Tyloo the Huns. That will be at 10:30 Central Europe, 9:30 here in the UK. That should be a very exciting game. That has 3 maps for me written all over it. And then the winner of that will play the Mongols in the grand final. That will be at 1:30 UK, 2:30 PM Central Europe. Closing thoughts. Wings up or out? Any obituary for them as they exit the tournament?
I mean, they had some good parts, but you know, they just don't have the same firepower as every other team at this tournament, or in this qualifier rather. So, yeah, maybe the worst team here, but yeah, they could still have an upset here or there. I'd still say keep your eyes out for Wings Up. Maybe after they do a roster move, I feel like there's something in the wings.
I do have a question.
Sure.
How long do they hold on to Child King and Gas for? How long do these players that are performing stick around?
That's a good question. I don't know where you'd go. Lin are pretty sorted. Tyloo are pretty sorted. You know, Rare Adam are doing an EU thing, so I don't know. Not a lot of these players do actually jump from organization to organization in the Chinese region. The fact that what was Rare Adam then suddenly ended up on Tyloo, honestly, I've never seen it. I'm surprised it even happened. So, yeah, I don't know that there are other places to go.
Interesting stuff. Tyloo plus Child King. You heard it here first. That's what I want to see. Why not? Just coalesce all the young guns and see what happens. What could possibly go wrong? Either way, that's going to wrap us up for today. As said, we'll be back tomorrow, 10:30 Central Europe, 9:30 UK to kick off the championship games, the exciting games, and we'll be sending one team all the way, not very far for them, to Chengdu, especially if it's a Chinese team. We'll see you then. Have a good one.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match. It's got to start.